Okay, time for us to go, but let's look to Cronulla Beach.
God's country.
For just a little minute, because right now, a guy's in the middle of a world record.
He is. His name is Blakey Johnston. I heard about him, little whispers of him doing this at the back end of last year, you know, in God's country. We all know everything that's happening down there in Cronulla. He is undertaking a 40-hour surf at the alley in Cronulla. He is just back-to-back. He's not leaving. I wonder... I'm lucky he doesn't have gastro because I've been some...
I mean, he'd be in a wetsuit, so it'd be fine. You wouldn't know about it.
Yeah, you wouldn't. But he's staying out there for 40 hours,
gnarly.
surfing the whole time.
That's very cool. So he's getting fed out there. He's getting people out there to surf with him.
Yep.
Support crew through the night.
Yep.
So he's started at 4 a.m.
Yes.
on the Thursday, and he'll finish tonight at about 8 p.m., something like that.
Something like that. And he's doing it for a great cause too, raise money for some mental health research.
I saw he was over 100K. So check that out. A 40-hour surf.
Unbelievable.
Man, you would earn that meal at the end.
You know when you go swimming and you feel so hungry after?
Yeah.
Imagine 40 hours of surfing, how hungry you'd be.
And then obviously just the sharks. Like they say not to be in the water at dawn and dusk.
Yeah.
He's doing 2 dawns and a dusk and then a whole.
Well, I'm hoping that the sharks just have respect for him. Like they know what he's doing, and otherwise he gets to have a Mick Fanning moment.
True. All right. That is Sport and Spice. You can listen back anytime. The best of ABC Sport podcast. We've had lots of good chats already this year. Let's do it, Marley. We'll see you next time.
Bye.
ABC News. Good evening. I'm Melissa Polomini. Victorians are being warned to plan for the worst tomorrow as the state braces for some of the most dangerous fire conditions in years. Nicholas Hines reports.
Temperatures are set to climb into the 40s in parts of the state, with firefighters warning hot and gusty winds will likely bring the worst fire danger since the Black Summer bushfires 3 years ago. A total fire ban has been declared across the Mallee, Wimmera, Southwest, Northern Country, North Central and Central districts, with extreme fire danger ratings forecast for several regions. The CFA's Jason Heffernan says people need to stay alert.
Should a fire start under tomorrow's conditions, it will be extremely hard to control.
A cool change is expected to cross the state tomorrow afternoon.
The mother of a woman murdered by her husband in Melbourne's East last year says she's struggling to accept the reality of her daughter's death. Christian Silver reports from the Supreme Court.
Former Deakin University lecturer Adam Brown is facing the Supreme Court today for a plea hearing, having already pleaded guilty to the murder of his wife, Chen Cheng, last April. In a victim impact statement, Miss Cheng's mother, Leo Min, said she still wakes up crying and is devastated her young grandson will grow up without his mother. The Chinese-born Melbourne University graduate was stabbed to death in her Croydon North home during a fight. Brown's lawyers say he's deeply sorry and accepts there's no excuse for the pain and suffering he inflicted. Brown is expected to be sentenced at a later date.
The Working Group for an Indigenous Voice to Parliament has met again in Adelaide, but there's still no progress on the recommended wording of the referendum question. Political reporter Dana Morse reports from Parliament House.
The government says the referendum working group is united on the wording of the question and amendments that could establish an Indigenous voice. But after 2 days of talks this week, no final position was announced. Speaking after the meeting, Linda Burney downplayed suggestions that there's a rift in the group over the proposal.
There is no division.
The government is up against the clock as it needs the recommended wording before it can put the legislation to call the referendum before the Parliament, something it's promised to do in the next sitting fortnight.
Victoria's First Peoples Assembly has used its final meeting to advocate for raising the age of criminal responsibility and reforming the state's bail laws. The Assembly is an elected group of Victorian traditional owners and Aboriginal leaders who have been guiding the state's treaty process since 2019. Elections for the Assembly's second term will be held in May. Assembly member Jason Kelly says he's proud of the work it's achieved so far and wants the next Assembly to keep pushing the government on issues affecting Indigenous Victorians.
Lift the age, shouldn't be locking up 10-year-olds, and we shouldn't have anyone dying in prisons. We shouldn't have people on remand dying in prisons. So here's another call. It's a good faith treaty measure. Immediate release our unsentenced prisoners, starting with our unsentenced mothers.
The AFL has suspended media use of an area of the MCG marked as a wheelchair space after a father and son had trouble finding appropriate seating at last night's game. Darren Cunningham and his son James complained on social media after they discovered a wheelchair space they often use to watch football matches had been occupied by television broadcasters. They were offered other seating, but the AFL says media won't be allowed to use that space until a long-term solution is found. Essendon's Peter Wright has been ruled out of Sunday's round 1 clash against Hawthorn after dislocating his shoulder. The 26-year-old key forward landed awkwardly in a marking contest at training this morning. Players in Australia's 2 national teams for soccer players with cerebral palsy say they're excited to contest an international tournament on home turf. Australia has been announced as the host of the 2023 Para-Asian Cup. The 2-week competition, open to teams across the Asia-Pacific, will be held in Melbourne later this year. Para Matilda Talia Blanchard says it's a milestone for inclusion in sport.
I know that there are going to be many people that are going to find this sport and find us through this event, and that's something that's really important.
To the weather, there's a severe weather warning for damaging winds in parts of central, north central and southwest districts for tomorrow morning. There's a gale warning for Port Phillip, and for tomorrow, fire bans have been declared across much of the state. A dry and mostly sunny day, cloud extending from the southwest in the afternoon and evening. Very hot with fresh and gusty northerly winds. For Melbourne, becoming windy, a top of 37. It's currently 22. ABC News.
ABC Listen.
Our minds are powerful and complex. Join Sana Kadar to explore everything mental about the mind, the brain, and our behaviour.
As you scale this technique up, you can memorise all kinds of things.
From negotiating to addiction to AI. The history of brainwashing, emotional intelligence, rudeness, and humour.
How does that feel?
All in the Mind with Sana Kadar. Podcast available now on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
What a stage. This game is coming to life.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The roar will tell you the story. Fans are on their feet. Can't believe what they're about to see. Holds his arms out wide and tells them to get excited.
What a game. It's got everything. It's like Grease Lightning. It's so cool.
On the run. It's happening again. It's a whole new game.
Cause here it comes, here it comes.
With a talk from 55. Hello. That is the cream on the cake.
Sometimes you've just got to sit back and enjoy the show.
And we have a thriller. To Goey, chest down, goal.
Something big is coming.
Goes for home. He's got it. Phenomenal finish.
Something big is coming. Something big is coming.
Fires, goals, brilliant.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The chance exchange blows at either end.
Step up in the big moment. Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This is a fantastic game of football we've got here.
The big time spot. His drop punt is pure. He's pure.
Here they come.
What a finish.
Oh, he's a star. What a game.
Brilliant.
He hits. He goes.
It comes the way of Nick Dacos. Gives it to Josh. They've got Dacos running through their DNA.
AFL.
It's hard up against the boundary in the right. Oh, that's one of the goals of the season. Chepstone bends it home. You cannot teach that.
Brings it back superbly.
Has a shot from the pocket. He is smoking tonight. That's around the body. Sensational goal.
And that's what brings fans through the game.
40 out. What a superstar.
Goes for home. They're red hot.
Punches the air in celebration. Outside of the boot from the impossible angle.
It's high. It's long. It's straight.
Unguarded goal square. He's got it. This is just getting good at the G.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming. I know.
The last time they met, it was one of the best finals that you're ever likely to see. A pulsating qualifying final in which the Cats got home by a whisker. A similar margin kept Collingwood out of the 2022 grand final, and given the way that that match played out, it feels very much like the decider we never got. We didn't have to wait long though, just 2 games into the new season. We get it tonight, the reigning premiers Geelong up against the coach of the year, Craig McRae, and his Collingwood Magpies. This is Grandstand AFL on footy's biggest weekly stage under the Friday night lights on ABC Sport. You can hear us on ABC Radio, through News Radio, through ABC Sport Digital, and for the first time in 2023 on the ABC Listen app. Just look out for that big AFL button as the season goes on to hear every game streamed through the ABC Listen app. My name's Corbin Middlemouse. Our Friday night crew is back in position. It feels like we never left. And we've got the perfect crew here as well. Tim Hodges down on the boundary. Cameron Ling's here, of course, premiership player, premiership captain with the Cats. And how appropriate, we've got a premiership coach from Collingwood. He also happened to win a couple with the West Coast Eagles as well. And Mick Moldhouse played in one as a player. And Kelly Underwood to call all the footy alongside me. Hello, Kel.
And good evening, Corbin. What a night. Just looking out up here, we're so high up. We've got the best view in the house, haven't we? And we've got the windows open. Usually we wait to the very last minute to open the windows because it's freezing Melbourne weather. But blue skies, sun's out. The traffic driving in was bumper to bumper on the freeway. And usually on a night like this, all the cars are heading down the coast. Tonight, they're all taking the Punt Road exit, and then you see the fans streaming in, and they're wearing shorts and thongs and caps and sunnies, and even a couple of Brave fans wearing just the Guernsey with the bare arms out, which isn't always a good look, but it's so great to have the G back rocking again. And the last time that the 4 of us were all here together, it was all about one man on that last Saturday in September. It was all about Jones. I put the binoculars up to my eyes. Down in front of the benches right now is Joel Selwood. He's got his left arm resting on one premiership cup, and he's cradling in his right arm his newborn baby son Joey, and having some photos taken by all the official snappers and photographers here. So from what he did on that last day in September, Cameron, I'm sure you want to take over and talk about it, running through the banner with Gary Ablett Jr.'s son, and I guess he was just so heavily invested with the crowd, and some beautiful touching moments, and now we're watching one right here.
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it? I think he's going to do a little bit of a lap around so the Cats fans can say goodbye. There's been a lot written and a lot said, and quite rightly so, about him. It was beautiful with Levi, wasn't it, when he ran through the banner? And then after the game with Sammy Morfitt, the number 1 trainer at the Cats. What a career he had and what a leader he's been. Now there's a bit of a hole there. Title-wise, it's being filled by Patrick Dangerfield, a very well-deserved honour. But there is going to be a little bit of a leadership void there. He's played such a crucial role over so long in setting that culture for the Cats. So I wonder who's going to step up there. Tonight will be great. Collingwood, I hope they continue to play the footy they played last year. It was riveting. It was scintillating the way they went about it. They've added a couple, Tommy Mitchell and Daniel McStay. Interesting to see how they go. And the Cats played brave, attacking footy, and on that final day in September, they were just supreme. So hopefully we get that sort of standard. However, I'm going to take a guess after watching last night and say there'll be a few mistakes tonight. It'll be a little scrappy. It won't be quite as free-flowing and perfect as we saw later on in the year, but let's hope these 2 teams have that touch of class that we got to see in 2022.
How was your summer, Mick?
Corby, thank you very much. It was very good. I have to correct Kel there for 1 minute. This is many weeks that we've been together, Kel, but you might remember the grand final. We did have someone absent who sat in the stand drinking beer.
Well, we were together
from the 5-minute mark of the first quarter, and looked up at us and said, "It's all done." 5-minute mark. So we've got Lingy back here now.
We were all together at the ground. We weren't all together in this commentary box.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Mick, this is your 51st year involved in VFL, AFL. I've heard Chris Judd say during the week that he's never watched back any of the grand final wins or losses because the anxiety just hits him straight away, and he doesn't want to feel that anxiety again. Have you finally relaxed? Can you just stroll in here and enjoy it? Because more than half of a century of coming to this magnificent ground and watching this great game that we love is extraordinary.
I can, Kel. It's quite remarkable that for the first few years after I'd finished, no, but as time has gone on, I'm now able to realised that I never really climbed the mountain. I was always filthy on the fact that when I left Carlton, I could see the top of it and couldn't get there, and that annoyed the hell out of me for 3 or 4 years. And then I just come to the realisation that not everyone gets there, and just be satisfied. So,
what do you mean by that? What do you mean you never climbed the mountain?
I don't know what it's like up there. I just felt unfulfilled. And
even though you were standing on the dais on grand final day multiple times holding the piece of silverware
I'm not too sure, Corby, whether that is actually the ultimate. There's got to be something amiss, and I don't know what it was, and I'll never find out. So don't keep reminding me about it. I'm getting over it. I'm getting over it, and I look at it now, and I now look at my grandchildren and go and watch them play and see how far they can go. But I love watching the game, Yes, I do remember this ground, Cal. You know, this ground was very, very special. I was very lucky in my first year at football at St Kilda. I went down for 3 practice matches and was told, tap on the shoulder, go back to Ballarat and enjoy your footy. You're never going to make it. And as I said to my grandson tonight, actually he's here, I said, it's not. I didn't get angry. I just accepted the fact that I was going to go back and play good footy. And I ended up coming back and playing finals football for St Kilda that 1972. But again, that's not the reason why you do it. It's mateship. It's just, I think, realising, don't waste your life, don't waste any energy. And you know, when I look through these sides, I can't wait for tonight, because there's only one side that could have beaten Geelong last year, and that was Collingwood. So we've got the heavyweights. Last night the cruiserweights. Tonight we've got the heavyweights. Honestly,
love it. So we've got the grand final preview already. Cameron, this is your 24th season. You started in 2000. Same year I started, because I remember you won a Rising Star nomination, and I rang up, and I think your mum answered the phone.
That sounds right,
You're
Cal.
a teenager still living at home, but you brought your 3 boys here to the grand final last year. Can you remember the first time you ever walked in here?
Into the MCG?
As a kid, or as a player, or is there a moment that stands out?
Probably the most special thing that stands out clearly in my head was, funnily enough, just pure coincidence, now I'm thinking about it, Geelong Collingwood, but it was 1989. And if you remember, Gary Ablett Sr. just tore it up. It was the famous "What more can you say?" Sandy Roberts line. And I was standing, it was the Ponsford stand end, sort of just under so level 1, just under the overhang a little bit. And it was that intensity of a Collingwood crowd. It was this Geelong crowd that was experiencing, oh, hang on, we might have a really good team here, and we've got this special player. And I was an 8-year-old kid, and those players out on that field and this stadium, it was all magical. It was all mythical. Like, they weren't real. And this ground wasn't real. Like, it couldn't possibly... Who would have built this place? Like, it was unbelievable. And I went back with Dad, and we had the scarf out the window on the drive home in the old Ford Fairlane or Ford Falcon or whatever it was. And that was my first magical experience with this ground. And then to think fast forward a number of years, I could be running around on this ground when Geelong finally broke that drought. It was special. But you know what was even more fun? Was being able to be out on that ground last September with my 3 boys, and one of them, all he wanted to do was get in the sponsorship logo and do one of those snow angel sort of things and get all the paint all over him. He didn't care that Cats had just won the flag. He just wanted a bit of paint on the jersey.
And Corbin, it's your 15th season, and called a couple of grannies as well. So there's a bit of experience here for Friday nights going forward, isn't there?
We're going to have a lot of fun. I know that for sure, and it's great to be able to do it all with you again in season 2023. What a monstrous start tonight, as Mick put it, the 2 heavyweights of the competition, Geelong and Collingwood. No late change for either side, so a couple of new faces for both teams. So there's 19 of the 23 for the premiership team for Geelong playing. So the guys that aren't there, Selwood's obviously retired, Mitch Duncan is out with a calf complaint, Colin Jasny out with concussion, and Jack Henry's also hurt, so he's got a foot complaint. So the 4 new faces, Tanner Bruin, high-end talent, top pick from GWS, Max Holmes, heartbreaking story from last year's grand final, missed with the hammy. The Saba Ratugolea, who is now a defender, so we'll see him play behind the ball tonight. And Ollie Henry, who is the younger brother of Jack, of course, and we've seen him in the stripes going the other way in the not-too-distant past, playing for Collingwood, and there's a little bit of spice in that as well with him coming up against his old team. So many storylines around Geelong. I want to ask you about them, Lingy and Mick, about Collingwood and what it means for Craig McRae in season 2023. But Tim Hodges is with us again for the new season. Hodgie, I think it's fair to say it's probably caught a few people off guard that we're starting just a little fraction earlier tonight. Why is that?
Well, hi Corbin, hi crew, nice to be with you again. It's perfect timing, Corbin, just as Joel Selwood begins his lap of honour, and credit to the Cats, they urged all of their fans, if you're coming to the footy, come early to see Joel Selwood and say goodbye. So they said, make sure you're here by 7:15, and at 18 minutes past 7, Joel Selwood is beginning the final lap of his wonderful career as a Cat around the MCG. They won't unfurl the premiership flag tonight, that will wait until later in the year when they play their first game down at Cardinia Park. But I think that, to answer your question, I think the Geelong wanted it early so they can actually get their fans home a bit earlier. So that was, I know it's only 10 minutes and doesn't mean too much, but hopefully the Cats fans can get home and be home tucked in bed 10 minutes earlier than they might have. So a 7:40 start tonight, not the 7:50. I think most Geelong fans are still waiting to see Jeremy Cameron. He is here, guys. He is here. Simon Lloyd, the footy boss at the Cats, has his phone. So if it is go time and he does have to leave with his wife heavily pregnant, there is a car waiting beside the Geelong rooms downstairs. I walked past it before, so he'll be whisked off the field. Brandon Parfitt will come in as a sub and he'll hit the road and hopefully make it home should that baby wish to come early. I hope it doesn't for the Geelong's sake, but he is going to play this game. So I know there was plenty of talk about it in the lead-up, but he is here and he will take the field.
Thanks, Hodgie. We'll come back to you shortly. So it's a beautiful night for footy, as Cal mentioned. Temperature in the low 20s. The sun just fading as we about 20 minutes past 7 local time here in Melbourne, and the ground really filling up. There were no general admission tickets actually available for purchase even yesterday morning, so it's going to be full. Speaking to the Cats CEO Steve Hocking during the week, the initial estimates were around the mid 60,000s. Wow. And then the AFL boosted that up to low 80,000s. And I think now everyone's been surprised. Maybe the early start time's a good thing. Yeah. Let's bring it even earlier, shall we?
That was the question I was going to ask you. Already there's questions and issues to talk about. You know, of course, the draw last night, which I'm sure we'll get to shortly. But there is a new provision in the new TV broadcast deal, which kicks in at the end of next year, so the start of 2025, to move the start time of Friday night games, which are usually 7:50 p.m, earlier. Earlier's better, yeah?
Earlier's better.
Do you agree, Mick?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's just, it gives kids a chance to be... Look, it sounds silly, doesn't it? 7:40 or 7:20, 7:40, 7:50. You're talking at maximum half hour. That half hour is significant.
Yep.
You're getting home, you're getting to bed a bit earlier. A lot of kids play footy or some sort of sport. Some have to work. Some people have to work on Saturday or Friday morning from a Thursday night game. I think the earlier the better, particularly in winter.
Why
it's
wouldn't they
dark.
just do it now? Yeah. That's the other thing. A provision to do it in 2 years' time. Just do it now.
Yeah. Are we talking about mainly? Do the TV networks totally control this? Is this what it's about, or the AFL surely have some say?
You think with cord cutting and the way people consume TV nowadays, it's even very different than it was in the past.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I'm sure you can fiddle around with your programming a little bit. It's unusual in footy that you reach such a consensus on any issue, and yet it feels like everybody across the board is a proponent of a 7:20 start time. You can hear the roar getting a little louder beneath us as Joel Selwood waves and is clapping to the Geelong faithful, and there's plenty of those that are waving and clapping back at him. What a champion he's been of this football club. 4 premierships in his time, and capped off as a premiership skipper last year. The ultimate Mr. September. No player has ever featured in more finals than that man. What would he make of it, Cameron, as Britt, his wife, hands over the little baby? It's so cute. On the back of the ute.
Little Joey there in the ute now. He would love the opportunity to say thank you to the fans and appreciate that they've turned out, but at the same time he'd be hating it. Just to sit there and just be that centre of the attention. And once again, he'd be kind of hating it, but he loves the Cats fans and they adore him. We saw all the people standing up in front of us. still lots of number 14s there. It'll be a very, very famous number for a long time.
Can I just say, I'd be very surprised that there are... Now, I know it's Collingwood versus Geelong. Anyone who has been involved in football for barracking or whatever acknowledges greatness. And Joel Selwood, to me, was one of the greatest captains that's played.
Well, look at him, Mick. He's going past the Collingwood cheer squad now, and they're all standing up.
Good on him.
Giving them a standing ovation.
Are they? Have another look, Kel.
I've got the binoculars.
I do know Collingwood supporters, Kel, so just make sure they're saying the right thing. Can you lip read?
No, I definitely can't lip read.
You would have got the same treatment when you came back to coach Carlton.
They were standing up, all right. I didn't have to buy a can of anything for a long time.
Lynn, you just set up the story of Geelong season for us. So it's amazing that they've won the premiership. They win the prelim by 70 points, the grand final by 80 points. They lose Joel Selwood. Do they get even better during the off-season with the guys and the high-end talent they were able to bring into this team?
I think the talent replacement, yes, is the answer to that one. You can't put in an exact measurement on what losing Joel Selwood will do, and it's not going to be yet. It'll be June, July, deep in winter, maybe drop a game or two, it's cold, everyone's sore. That's when Joel's loss will be felt. But let's focus on what they brought in. Yes is the answer to your question, because Tanner Bruin, no doubt, is a very talented young player. He's hard at the footy. He's got really good foot skills, both sides of the body. Ollie Henry could be anything, and at different times in the black and white jumper showed that he could be anything, coming on as a sub and kicking 4 goals in a half a footy. Anyone capable of doing that can seriously play the game, and that's why they wanted to hold on to him as much as they did, and were disappointed to lose him. I think Jack Bowes has plenty to offer. I don't think he even got close to realising his potential at the Gold Coast Suns. And then, at the same time, able to add, winning the premiership, but add a pick 7 talent in Jai Clark. Now, we might not see him for the first half of the season, because Geelong's in that place where they don't need to bring in that first-round draft pick too early. But from all reports, he looks really comfortable doing match simulation at senior level. So the fact that they've been able to add those 4 guys to a premiership team is outstanding. The big one's going to be health, though, Corps. With that list and the age it is, they will be ready to go back-to-back and are well and truly in the box seat to do that. But they're going to have to be just as healthy. They made some great decisions last year. Patrick Dangerfield being the obvious one, Mick, where they had, out for 6 weeks. They took him out because he was battling to get across the ground. He'd lost all his explosiveness. Maybe you leave him in. Maybe you're more of a chance in a few more of those games. They made the call, took him out, got him fresh, mini pre-season. And he was... I know Isaac Smith has the Norm Smith, but Dangerfield was best on in the prelim and best on in the grand final in my eyes. Because of the decision made mid-season. They've got to have that sort of player management again, I would think.
I don't reckon there's been too many years where people haven't said the reigning premiers will win it back-to-back, and it very rarely happens. Yes, there's no doubt in my mind that Geelong have improved with their personnel, but their older players are a year older. And sometimes the wall, you fall off the cliff very, very quickly. You only need 1 or 2 of the key players. It's very hard to drop them, and their form has to be consistently persistent, because then you're in a bind. No Geelong coach would want to see any of these, and they are superstars, go by the seconds. That's going to be their test.
Here come the Geelong Cats, the reigning premiers, making their way out, and Tom Stewart sort of bursts up the race as the vice-captain, Patrick Dangerfield, is out there again as he just brings the little leaguer with him, running through the banner. And the reigning premiers, the first team out onto the ground. It is their home fixture at the MCG. They're in the white shorts tonight in their traditional hoops as the pyrotechnics go off beneath us. Just repeating, there's no late change, which means both Jeremy Cameron and Tom Hawkins are out there. Hawkins overcoming that foot surgery or the lingering pain in his recovery to be able to make it here tonight. It means that his continuous game streak continues. So this is his 72nd in a row at 34 years of age. And Jeremy Cameron, despite the impending birth of his first child, his partner Indy is heavily pregnant. He's mentioned to the coach that he may have to leave at half-time, so we'll be watching that narrative throughout the night as well. Mick, Collingwood, you obviously were you rode the story with the rest of us last year and this wonderful journey that Craig McRae took this team on. How do they approach this year after such significant improvement from second last to final four? How do they back it up?
I think it's quite easy. I don't often say that. It's quite easy because they have full faith in what took place last year. They weren't guessing themselves. They've got a coach who is a non-fake. And what I'm saying there is sometimes you see people come in and they have to change their disposition just to get over the hump, and then they start to... He is what he is and will be to the day he finishes coaching. So they are comfortable. What I'm seeing is... outside of the fact that they've recruited, I think they've recruited reasonably well. McStay won't be a world champion, but what he'll do, let Myercheck actually be a 6'4", 6'5" player without having two players hanging off him. I'm liking what I'm reading about De Goey and his own words. Now the test will be, can I actually live that life? I like the way the Dacos boys will probably even get better because of their way they're going to have to integrate through the middle. I don't see Sidebottom or Pendlebury being in the hot spot all the time. They're going to have to shuffle around. I suspect, and this goes to both any side, if they can stay healthy, I reckon the Pies are the real deal.
How heavy is expectation though? Last year they didn't have any. No. This year they do.
Yeah, well, I think you live with expectation, and this is where I know it's a bit like, say, Selwood's coming out of the side, and you've got Dangerfield in. You could have had Stewart. You could have done. There's a whole heap. Pendlebury steps back, but he doesn't step out. He steps back. In comes the new captain. Pendlebury is the bloke who has lived with expectation all his life. He knows it, and he will teach it. So I think that they are in really good shape with expectation. I think they'll actually encourage the quest of you've got to win games.
With a fan base that big, there's no such thing as a low-pressure game, is there?
Not at all.
There's always someone to tell you about it if it goes pear-shaped. It is Geelong and Collingwood, a genuine blockbuster to start the season for both these clubs. Next.
What's the best thing in the world that's also on the ABC Listen app? The footy! This season, get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
Straight through for a goal.
AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered.
She's got it. Bye-bye. See you later.
Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports' expert commentary team.
Set, bingo.
AFL and NRL, live and ad-free. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Marks out to the right, steps on goal, superb finish. Turns, whacks it straight through the middle. Pulls the trigger on goal and goes bang. 'Cause here it comes. AFL.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
A rematch of last season's qualifying final is the on-ramp to season 2023 for Geelong and Collingwood. The reigning premiers on our air tonight have the greatest team of all got even greater over the summer. Well, for the Magpies, if they improve by the same margin that they did last year, that'll be enough to make them the best team in footy in 2023. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Cameron Ling, Mick Bolthouse and Tim Hodges with you every Friday night in Melbourne throughout season 2023. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio, Sport Digital, and for the first time this year, now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Just look out for the AFL button. The news here at the MCG is that she is filling up fast. It is a glorious night for footy. We're in the twilight zone at the moment. It is still in the low 20s temperature-wise. There is not a cloud in the sky, no rain on the radar, and there is no late change, which is significant for both Geelong and Collingwood. It means that Jeremy Cameron is out there despite his partner, Indy, about to give birth to their first child. He is a flight risk, I guess you could say, tonight, Cameron Ling. Yes. There is a car parked outside that Tim Hodges told us that he could leave at any minute to make sure he's there for the birth of his first child. It also means that Tom Hawkins is playing, coming back from foot surgery. The new faces tonight for Geelong, Tanner Bruin, Max Holmes, Asava Ratugolea and Ollie Henry, the four in from that premiership team. While for Collingwood, There's some new faces too from other clubs. Tom Mitchell, Dan McStay and Bobby Hill all playing tonight. Tay Adams is back, having missed the preliminary final. He ripped his groin off the bone in the qualifying final last year. What a game that was. No late change for both teams, Parfitt and McInnes, the respective tactical subs as they are now, no longer needing a medical reason to tap a player out of the game. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse, frame it up for us. What are we in for tonight? A blockbuster start, Geelong and Collingwood.
It's always the unknown of round one a little bit, because Geelong, the best team in the comp last year, and probably Collingwood, the second best team in the comp last year. Please don't get angry at me, the Swans, but that just might be a fact. Even though the Swans are in that granny, pre-season they will have tried different things, Mick. Pre-season they will have tried different positional things. Geelong don't want to just roll out the exact same thing. There's now only... I know there's 2 practice matches, but let's just go with one, okay?
Yeah.
Because
there's only one
real serious practice match. So I expect both these teams to have a million mistakes. Both these teams to try little new things, which a lot of them won't work necessarily straight away, but it'll be more about bedding them down over the next few weeks. But there's still a game of footy to win. How as coach do you manage that? I can see that working in a month's time versus, hey, we still got to win this one. This is a huge Friday night game.
I think what works, Lingy, and you've been part of it for a long time in terms of being part of that very good Geelong era, you don't change it dramatically. You might... Look, I don't care whether players shuffle around from position to position. That doesn't matter. It's about the game structure. I know Collingwood's game structure with McRae is that they do not want to make errors on their back line. Because that's where you get punished. If you make an error on the back line, the chances are you'll get kicked a score against. So they will generally try to push the ball up the ground and get their players in behind to protect it and make the side on the way back have to work the ball. Geelong, there's no doubt Geelong have made the most significant change from 2021 to 22 by movement.
Yep.
So they're not going to stop. They're going to now start to increase that. The question I will ask this, we all say that the side that won the premiership is going to be very, very hard to beat. And that's a fact. The only thing I say about Geelong is, and they've got 11 tonight who are 30 plus, can they maintain 2 things? The rage and hunger, we'll call that one, and then the physical component that's required to be a good footballer. In other words, don't drop speed. Your depth of kicking will go, but so therefore you have to, instead of marking at 55, you've got to mark it about 50. Can I still chase? Can I get over the little injuries? And then Chris Scott will say, well, yes, you're out, but have I got the replacements? Geelong and Collingwood have got good depth.
Yeah.
So that's why I say this is the way the game goes.
Get ready for the Bronx cheers for everyone that's listening at some point when number 36
Correct.
for Geelong touches the ball. The 20-year-old who grew up with his 2 other brothers down the road from Cardinia Park in Ollie Henry. Cameron, you've been...
Sorry, Cal, when you say down the road, you literally mean it's about,
down the road.
It's about 2 drop punts away where their family house is.
Yeah, so you know the family well. You've had big raps on Ollie Henry, 25 games in 2 years at the Pies. He was picked 17 in that draft a few years ago. Were you surprised that Collingwood let him go? And what are your expectations here at Geelong?
Yeah, I know Collingwood fought tooth and nail to keep him. So in the end, maybe it was just, well, he'll leave eventually, or do we want an unhappy player? Do we get something in return? They had to go through that process. What do I expect? I mean, when I watch him play, I look at someone who's got footy smarts, certainly more natural footy smarts than his brother Jack, who came via the rookie list and had to really learn the craft and understand where the ball was going to then use his athleticism. Ollie's got footy smarts to end up in the right spot. And then he just goes up. And he's so good overhead. From a standing start, he's then all of a sudden head and shoulders above his opponent. Or the ball hits the ground and he's got the agile move. He's got tricks combined with a good football brain. I think he could be anything, really.
Yeah, so do I think. The thing I'll say is what he's done is going to put enormous pressure on Rowan.
Yes.
Because
I think that's a good call.
Yep. Because if Hawkins and Cameron stand up all year, I'm not 100% sure he can play those 4 in the side. And it's certainly not going to drop Cameron and Hawkins. So all I see is that Henry will probably step into the shoes of Rowan. Now, don't forget, Rowan is 30 plus. I'm not saying that once you get 30 you've gone, but he gets carried along by the greatness of Geelong.
Speaking of greatness, Nick Dacos, probably too early to put that word linked with him.
I picked him for a Brownlow.
Oh, okay, there you go. Well, greatness in 6 months'
because
time.
I reckon, don't forget, I'm not saying that they're always the best player that wins the Brownlow.
Yeah.
It's the one that the umpires pick.
Okay, if you're Craig McRae, where do you start Pendlebury and where do you start Nick Dacos? Where are they going to play?
Dacos should be middle to wing, to a half-back occasionally, but I think he's now... There's very few players I've seen come along and be good enough to be a winner and help the side win. Judd, Hodge maybe, Selwood maybe. I reckon this kid is every bit as good for Collingwood as they were for their clubs at the time.
Pendlebury play in the middle or you play Mills?
No, Scotty's got to play half-back.
Okay.
I'll get your tip for tonight in just a moment, but who's the better chance to make it back to the top 4, do you think, if you could only have one in season 2023? Collingwood or Geelong?
Oh, they're going to go with their teams.
I think they call it's landed. You wouldn't believe it, Corby. It's landed on it's landed on the rim.
What are the odds of that, Mick? Mine did too.
This is a bad start to the new season. Trying to get them on the line. There are 9 clubs that have new captains in the competition this year, including both of these teams. The 2 new captains shaking hands in the middle. Tim Hodges is on the boundary for us. Hodgie.
What a moment for these 2 veterans, really. Patrick Dangerfield and Darcy Moore. And Danger has a win. The Cats will kick to the punt road end to start their season. That's left of screen if you're at home watching the telly, listening to us. Just this crowd, it is a monster, guys. The AFL confident they will top last night's figure of 88,000 people. Worth mentioning, the AFL members, it looks full right up to the top deck. The MCC members is up to the top deck, and the back row of the top deck, and the GA, all tickets were sold out earlier this week. So I think it will be 90,000 plus. Plenty of late arrivals. I think the early start is catching a lot out, and it is the most glorious Melbourne evening. It feels like we should be here at the Big Bash watching cricket, not football. It's still 23 degrees. The subs to start for the Cats, Brandon Parfitt. For Collingwood, Reece McInnes. Just repeating the news, Jeremy Cameron is here. He will play. No baby as yet, so he will take the field. And it will be such a good watch with Ollie Henry. Every time he goes near the ball, it is a big Collingwood crowd, even though it's a Geelong home game. He will be booed off the park.
Thanks, Hodgie. Who wins, Lingy, tonight?
I think I'll stick with the Cats.
Mick?
The Pies. Sorry.
Kel?
I thought that I choked on that. It's just I didn't have a machine. I'm out of practice.
I'm with Mick.
Corby, I'll get there.
Dacos has gone to half-back. I'm with Mick on the Pies.
Footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday night footy. The story of last year up against the team of the year. It is Geelong and Collingwood to open their season against one another. You're with Kelly Underwood.
And it's going to be, well, that's a bit of an anticlimax, Corbin. We might start that again because the umpire's bounce went off at right angles and it'll be recalled. So it's Reece Stanley, Premiership ruckman, up against Darcy Cameron. Cameron tries to get it to Mitchell. Blitzarves has started as a midfielder in the middle, gets a hand on Crisp with the first clean possession to Tom Mitchell, who fired it out there to Darcy Cameron. Cameron gets a kick away to half forward. Running onto it is Zach Guthrie. Handballs over the top. This is in front of the Shane Warne stand to Holmes. Holmes goes long. Flying goes Cameron. Couldn't take the mark at half forward. Stengel one way, then the other. His kick couldn't hit a target. Quaynor to Noble. Oh, this is risky. Tui's chopped it off in the goal square. Tui, the Irishman, snaps the opener here at the G. St Patrick's Day celebrations start early at the MCG. Zach Tui not quite with a jig, but he's fired up for the first goal of this classic game. 1 straight 6 in the opening minute. And the
Johnny
Pies yet to go down to score. Mick.
Sorry, Kel. Look, Johnny Noble, he will just have to look at that. He is prone to making those mistakes. I don't know whether he just locks in on a Collingwood player and doesn't see what about him. That would be the least logical kick to kick. Even if he had to go on to the boundary and go to his left and put it out of bounds, at least it makes it a kick that has to be recovered, but not that one.
Neat start for the Cats. Reigning premiers kick the first in the opening minute. Back in the middle. Stanley wins the head out. Blitz up, scrapping for it. Spills to Mitchell, though, the Pies. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Kicks out to brother Josh on the wing. The 1-2 with Noble by hand. Josh Dacos sends his kick down the boundary line to Majacek, who takes the mark just over halfway. Immediately rolls and bangs it deep inside the forward 50. Radagalier out to meet it. And the forward come defender.
They've been raving about him, Corbs, all pre-season. His ability to read the ball in the air to go with his athleticism. I think he's going to play a lot of games this year down back.
Involved immediately. Goes back to Tui, the goal kicker, who marks in the defensive goal square right down the other end.
Steps around the player on the mark and then drives it long. And the only man really jumping and needing to jump there was Maynard, the co-vice captain this year, wearing the number 4 jumper. One of 3 co-vice captains. Pulls it into that right forward pocket at the city end, and launching was Elliott from behind, and he's leapt up over the top of Tui. And this will test him. It's a tight angle in the right forward pocket at the city end. But Jamie Elliott has proved so many times before he has sublime skills when it comes to set shot kicking.
And a great overhead mark for his size. Reece Stanley just completely lost there, and Elliott read it better than anyone. Floated in from the side. A nice grab.
It's only 20-25 metres out. A couple of metres in from the boundary line. In that right forward pocket. He just misses to the near side.
I see Maynard. He got injury. Had an injury leading into this game, didn't he? They sort of a bit worried about him coming to the game. Is it a groin or something? Just looked awful in that kick.
The long kick out comes from Stewart, drives it up towards that southern wing, falls down on the bottom of the pack and slapped away by Cameron, but there's a free kick. It's coming back to Max Holmes. He was taken, or in fact tackled without it, so Holmes, a heartbreaking story from last year's grand final, kicks down the outer edge of the centre square to Blitzarves, gives it back to Max Holmes. On the run, he kicks to the top of the goal square. Spill comes from Moore, down to Tui. Tui's got to. On the day for his countrymen to shine, Zach Tui kicks the opening couple inside the first 5 minutes. 2 straight 12 Geelong. Collingwood flat-footed, 1 behind, an 11-point lead for Geelong through the opening 4.5 minutes.
Zach Tui very happy with his second goal, but I reckon a lot of Geelong fans in the stands right now are just going wow about Max Holmes. Involved in the first passage got the free kick at half-back, and his run through the middle of the ground. He ran past about 6 Collingwood players there and was flying through. The deep kick just put those Pies defenders under so much pressure, and Zach Tui says thank you very much. But that Holmes run,
it's devastating.
Brilliant.
So Zach Tui, one of only 3 Irish players to win an AFL premiership. Of course, Ty Kennelly the first, and Mark O'Connor did it last year. Breaking out of the centre now is the Pies. The kick comes from Adams and he pokes it inside 50, and Tom Mitchell is on the end of it. He marks in front of Zach Guthrie, directly in front, 40 metres out, the Brownlow medalist from about 4 years ago. Looking very different in the black and white stripes.
He's had a good start. A couple of quick handballs in the first couple of centre bounces, trademark Mitchell style, and then just snuck forward then into a good spot. Taylor Adams hit him up.
So after Zach Tui kicked the first couple on the board, a chance for the Pies through their brand new recruit. What a way to introduce yourself to the Collingwood Army. Tom Mitchell says, I'm here and I'm here to stay. He's got the opener on the board for the Pies.
It's very clear, and the way the game's gone so far compared to last night, I know I'm only doing 2 games, is that this one is much cleaner, clearer. There's more space, there's more run. The skill level just seems like it's been plucked out of September.
Yeah, you're right. I was expecting a lot more mistakes.
It could happen with fatigue.
With fatigue. The running patterns of both these teams are so good.
Oh, yeah.
Even the players who don't end up getting the footy run really dangerous running patterns, which opens up the space for teammates to get used.
Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
It's just really interesting watching John Noble came off for his first breather. He went straight up to the coach, Craig McRae, who's coaching from the bench, and gave him a hug almost to say, I'm sorry for the mess in the first term. with the goal to Zach Tui, and McRae just gave him a hug and said, don't worry about it.
Tanner Bruin gets the centre clearance, kicks inside 50, but Murphy's backing across and takes the intercept mark. Centre half back for the Magpies, got the nod ahead of Billy Frampton, who's also been training down back for the Pies. And the key post over the summer. Long kick out the wing. Hoskin Elliott flies, spills down to Josh Dacos for Collingwood. Hand pass to De Goey, clever. Hand pass away to Pendlebury. He sends it over his head to Hoskin Elliott. Kick down to half forward. Awkward pick up for Cameron. Spills to Adams. Hand pass back to De Goey. Puts it inside 50 and Myercheck marks uncontested, left half forward, 10 in from the boundary line. He'll kick from about 45 out.
Well, one thing for certain, if you have the football in your hand, there is every probability that your teammate's going to get it at the moment, because it's defensively both sides are trying hard, but they can't get near because the kicks are so perfect.
Bit of champagne footy there between De Goey and Pendlebury.
Wasn't it nice?
Already, it's the first quarter of the first game of the season.
Myercheck to finish off the spectacular chain. He dobs it from out wide. And the Pies with two quick ones to answer Geelong's challenge. 2-1-13 Collingwood. They're in front for the first time, 8 minutes in. And Geelong 2 straight after Zach Tui kicked the first couple. And Collingwood by a point, 8 minutes in.
And Mick, again, to make the point that we were just trying to make before, the run of these teams. So it looks like Tom Atkins is going to try and get somewhere near De Goey when De Goey's in the middle of the ground. He was with him on the wing. De Goey did the nice tap, Pendlebury the beautiful handball. A Collingwood teammate of De Goey's then ran so hard forward from that same area, Atkins went with him, which meant that De Goey could get that follow-up. Yep. He's the one who kicks the ball inside forward 50. So a Collingwood teammate making space for De Goey, great inside 50, Myercheck goal. That's what's happening early. Both teams really clever.
Stanley gets a palm to it. De Goey was there, tackled by Bruin. It sprills the way of Blitzarves. Kicks around the corner. It's a strong mark. 1-on-1. Quaynor took it over Stengel. Handballs backwards to Nick Dacos. The delivery was pinpoint perfect on the wing. Hoskin Elliott's got it. Stabs it back inboard. Was looking for Mitchell. Couldn't find Mitchell. And getting down low was his direct opponent in Bruin. So Bruin now on the southern side wing, the former Giant who grew up in Geelong. He's just going to kick it almost to centre half forward. Blitzarves rises, couldn't take it. Hoskin Elliott taps it down. Sliding in was Rowan. He's just started after starting on the bench and hacked out of there. It's taken and chopped off by Zach Guthrie. So spits out quickly. But Zach Guthrie can send it straight back inside 50. It's a shallow entry, big pack forms. Spoil from the back to Nick Dacos, over the top to Maynard. And now here's a chance for Josh Dacos, clearing it out of the defensive 50.
Oh, what a kick.
Straight onto the chest of Jamie Elliott, who hits up and marks on the wing. Has rolled and kicked it in the same motion, Lingy, and straight onto the target.
On his left, too.
Short to Myercheck, hand pass away to Josh Dacos. A live footy here for Collingwood. Hand pass along the line to Mitchell. He feeds it to Hoskin Elliott. They're swatted down by O'Connor. Holmes keeps it alive for the Cats. Back to O'Connor. Hand pass away to Buse. Off the back flank. Kicks down the wing for Geelong. Murphy flying for the footy. Falls front and centre to Myers. Hand pass inside to Bruin, the former Giant. Feints a hand pass, then gives it to Cameron. Tumbles a kick down to high half forward. A crash of bodies. Holmes involved there for the catch, trying to drag it in off the deck. The ump says, I'll have it. Ball up 70 out from the Geelong goal. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Just keep an eye on Tom Hawkins down in the forward line, very deep for Geelong. He copped, I'm not sure, a kick on the foot, which he's had surgery on. He is very, very sore. Trainer has been out to him.
So there's a ball up on the outer wing. Cameron gets it down to Mitchell, just hacks it. Adams is there, stripped of the footy by O'Connor, goes back in. Adams and gets it. Handballs.
There's a free kick back here, sorry,
calling it back. Was it a throw against Adams?
They deemed it as incorrect disposal. Adams had it, didn't have it. It was a late tackle, but nonetheless, it was played for.
Against Taylor Adams and the Pies. A free kick is going to the Cats. Connor short. Isaac Smith short as well in the bullseye, gives it to Zach Guthrie. Handballs off to Stanley from a standing start. He just has to go sky high. Hale flies, couldn't get it. And then Rowan, as soon as he grabs the Sharon, he's got a pie either side and he's launched into the turf and it won't be going anywhere. Be ball up 20 metres out at the Punt Road end where the Cats are scoring this quarter.
Hawkins doing the ruck work. Cameron out points him here. Swats it down the side bottom of the Magpies. Away to Goey. Hand pass knocked down by Smith. Centre half forward for the Cats. Atkins can't control it. Adams tries to soccer. Has a fresh air shot. Goes back. Scoops it up. Gives it to Noble. He kicks into open space on the broadcast wing. Race on. McCreary there first. Kicks Collingwood down to half forward. Elliott gets to it on the hop. Weighted hand pass back to McCreary. McCreary trying to kick it outside of the boot. It's across the goal face. Touched on the way through by Myercheck and out of bounds. Left forward pocket for the Magpies. Gee, that would have been a goal that wouldn't have looked out of place in September had he kicked it. What a start this has been. 12 minutes in, Collingwood by 1. High quality stuff. Given it's only March 17.
Some of the connections, the rhythm and the timing, particularly between the Pies players. So it's tossed back in right in front of the Collingwood goal square. Bumbles around down there before McCreary's eventually tackled.
Big 23-22 hand pass kick, Collingwood, and the Cats only had 6 hand passes, and it's really evident.
Bruins kick went near the boundary line where Josh Dacos is able to pick it up and go high. McStay flew off hands. Cannons right below the goalpost, and they register a minus score. So it's Geelong 2 straight 12, Collingwood 2-2 14, and we've gone 13 minutes of play.
Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie, Braden Maynard off the ground.
Yeah, it was interesting that wasn't called a blood rule, but he's been patched up, just a cut right on the top of his head, so plenty of blood. He'll need a new jumper and new shorts, but he's getting patched up. He'll be back out there shortly.
Tui connects with Holmes, who takes it on the southern wing, sends it down to Rowan, marks it high half forward, chucks it on the left boot, floatsy kick inside 50, unkind bounce for Cameron, and Darcy Moore back for the Magpies, hands it to Noble, hurried kick to half forward. There's a free kick.
It was John Noble's kick. Stengel got him late. Paid downfield immediately.
So Nick Dacos will take it and swings it wide to Howe. There's always some different stuff early in the season. One of the unusual things, as Cal mentioned, is Braden Maynard, 161 games into his career, has changed numbers. So he's gone from 37 to 4. And Cam Guthrie's had a haircut. So it's not the big hairy cat like he used to be. He's certainly looks a little different. As the kick
very different, doesn't he? From the close shave.
Kick heads down the line, and O'Connor takes the mark from Jeremy Howe, so can send the Cats back the other way down to half forward. The Stengel flying for the footy, falls down to Pendlebury, hand pass to De Goey on the wing.
They're using De Goey well at the moment. He's on again, then didn't give the handball.
Uncontested mark then taken by Hoskin Elliott. He drives it long inside 50 again. The big boys fly. Off hands, Jamie Elliott's there, but coming through was Tui. Class and clean he was. A little give to Holmes and then back to Tui. Stabs the pass straight to the opposition. Chopping it off is Murphy for the Pies. Kicks back inboard to Noble. Now Noble, who really gave up that first goal to Tui, better with this kick to side bottom. Awkward half volley from Elliott. He was able to pick it up. He gave the quick hands, but good tackle by Jeremy Cameron. He drove Mitchell into the turf. Still the ball's underway. And now this is a nice move by Buse, driving out of that defensive 50. Sidesteps one way, goes the other towards Rowan, drops it under pressure. Handball's under pressure. Was he held? The umpire says play on. Quaynor handballs into space. Eventually there's a holding call. And the umpire says, yep, it will go against Gary Rowan, and it's going to Quaynor.
He just made 3 bad mistakes then, Rowan. Should have given the first handball, chose not to. And then fumbled, and then followed up with the tackle that went on for too long. That big roar that you heard, that was a free kick that was perhaps should have gone to Bobby Hill for high contact. I think well umpired. And don't say just because I'm a Cats fan. It was one of those where Bobby Hill really dropped at the knees and ducked.
To go, he got it again. Great use. Sets it out in front of side bottom in a bit of space. Marks, plays on, closes to 40 out. The veteran kicks it across the goal mouth. Hoskin Elliott flying for it. No mark. Gets a second chance off his knees. Stands up with the footy. Hand pass to McCreary on the pocket. Gives it to Myercheck. High ball. Trying to float it through. It clips the post. And behind. Collingwood by 3. 2-3 to Geelong. 2 straight. 16 minutes in. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Just watching Tom Hawkins, guys, came off. I was worried that foot injury that he'd had surgery on, it's a shin. He's having it strapped, looks like a pillow almost strapped to his shin. He's in that much pain, but he is going to come back on the ground.
New vice captain in Tom Stewart brings it back into play. He goes around the Shane Warne stand. Cox got his hands to it and then comes down to Henry. That's Ollie Henry. Handballs backwards to De Koning. Goes long down the line, setting it up for Connor here. He misses it in the air, but they've got plenty of run. And it's Brian Myers that gives it off to Smith. Smith then his kick inside 50, finds the chest of Stengel. And Tyson Stengel on a 45-degree angle will kick it from just inside 50 on this set shot.
It's a beautiful kick by Smith. I'm sure it was his non-preferred.
Yep.
And just enough for the player to lean in on it, and his defender, good positioning, but just couldn't quite get there.
So the last time number 18 in the hoops played on this ground, he kicked 4 goals on grand final day. What a resurrection for his career. Every game last year, more than 50 goals. All Australian on the runway. He celebrates before it even crosses the line. And the Cats hit back and back in front. 3 straight 18. Collingwood 2-3-15. 17 minutes gone in this opening term, and it's everything we'd hoped for early on.
It is. It's electric footy both ways. The way that the fixture's been done, a lot of the top teams from last year playing each other, and a lot of the bottom teams. I reckon a couple of teams who finished lower down the ladder last year, Mick, would be watching this a little bit worried about just what the level of the very, very best teams in the comp is.
Well, Lingy, you're spot on. I reckon some of those sides were actually worried probably going into the season after watching already. Mind you, we're looking at 67 to 43 possessions Collingwood's way. Both have gone in 8 times, only 8 times, but looked deadly in that 8 times. So it's you've got to have the strikers, and we know that Geelong have got them. They've had 3 with 60-plus goals last year, I think.
Back in the middle, Stanley wins the head out. Adams the clearance. Hurried kick to centre half forward, and Bobby Hill takes the mark. In his new colours, getting the move to Melbourne he wanted 18 months ago. Long kick into the pocket. Hand on it from Myercheck. Spills down to O'Connor of the Cats. Myercheck becomes tackler. And a ball up.
Got him high, said. No, I was with you, Cords.
High tackle against Myercheck.
That wasn't there. That was not there.
The Collingwood fans see the replay and they're not happy.
O'Connor got up with a massive smile on his face. He knew it wasn't there either.
O'Connor longer the wing. Ollie Henry reaching for it. No mark. Spills back inboard. Here's Pendlebury. Smooth mover. Sidesteps. Handballs to Maynard. Gives it to Adams. Spun around. Just got it away to Bobby Hill.
No, Corbs. They paid holding the ball. Taylor Adams got the handball on this.
That would have led to a shot at goal. They pinged Adams.
The strength of Adams there. I reckon he got a fist, did he, Mick?
Great tackle by Stewart.
I reckon he did, but the thing is that the real worry to me is that the 4th umpire has given the last 2 decisions to the umpire at the scene.
So Tom Stewart has kicked to the broadcast wing. This is Ollie Henry involved to Atkins. Quick hands. Guthrie charging through. He's held. Umpire says yes. Play on advantage. Still side bottom takes it. Gives a little give to McCreery. Centering ball. Radicalia had to get down low. Couldn't take it cleanly. He's tackled by Pendlebury.
Got to be holding the ball, that.
The umpire says it'll be a ball up.
Cal, that has to be holding the footy. Radicalia went to ground. Jumped on the footy. Pendlebury tackled him. That's holding the footy every day of the week.
Tossed up Mason Cox, but Atkins got it off to O'Connor. Drives it first with the legs, and then the Sharon goes long. Ricochets the way of Quaynor. The Magpies go again. Maynards, can he set something up? Gives it off to Hill, who goes to Pendlebury low with the left inside the goal square. Radicalia claims it. Radicalia's got it. He's having an impact, Lingy, already down back for the hoops.
Yeah, had a moment there where he should have had a free kick against him, but a couple of times it's been high in the air. He's read it really well. Taking strong marks, good signs early.
Time on first quarter, Geelong by 3. Radicalia, long kick out to half-back, but it spills into Collingwood's hands. Maynard, hand pass to Josh Dacos, 70 metres out, kicks back to the hot spot. McCreery got himself to the front, spills the mark, follows up, hand pass out to Hoskin Elliott, feeds it to Elliott, picked off Buse knocks it down. DeConey there for Geelong. Away to Bruin. Bruin long kick to half-back, and Myers takes the mark.
Sorry, Corbs. I reckon Tom Stewart, keep your binoculars on him, has done something a little serious.
Bruin chips it down the wing to Dangerfield. Hand pass over to Smith, the Norm Smith medalist, into the pocket. Hawkins the target, and Moore across in front knocks it out of bounds. So a throw-in, 35 out from the Geelong goal. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
You just take your cues from the players here, and he cannot get in. He's trying to get into a jog, and he cannot. It's a right leg. Hopefully maybe it's an ankle rather than a knee. You might see a replay, Lingy, to tell us, but yeah, he's coming off.
In the meantime, here comes Jeremy Cameron. Here comes Jeremy Cameron for season 2023. Snaps it in the right forward pocket. It fell his way from a boundary throw-in on the left. He's lethal, laser-like, and he puts it through. So Joy up one end at the Punt Road end. Meanwhile, down the city end, it's been Tom Stewart who's slowly jogging off. He's got the doctor right alongside him. He's straight down into those rooms, down the stairs, can't put any pressure on his right leg. Appears to have left the ground, Tom Stewart, the new vice-captain, with a right knee injury. And it's the Cats skipping away now. 4 straight 24, Collingwood 2-3-15. We've got 5 and a bit minutes to play in this frenetic, helter-skelter opening term.
Just watching the replay of Tom Stewart landing, he almost straight away just waved to the bench as though he knew it was something serious immediately, but he was able to jog off.
It's either medial ankle or medial knee.
Stanley gets the centre clearance here for Geelong. Quick kick forward. Moore just knocks it back into the path of Noble. Off the back flank for Collingwood. It's Geelong by 9 points. Time on opening term. Kick from Noble. Unkind bounce from McCreery. Up the members' wing. Buse there for Geelong. Hand pass to Cam Guthrie. Back to Buse. Sold him into a dead end. And the tackle by Hoskin Elliott locks him up on the wing. What a start. Two of the better teams, if not the two best teams of last season, to open their account against each other in the new year. A free kick here for De Goey. Had his jumper tucked, and a free back the other way for the Magpies.
I love the way they're using him at the stoppages, just getting him to spit forward as often as he can.
De Goey plays on, had the blinkers on. Stengel forces the turnover. Atkins back to Stengel, feeds it to Close. He kicks out wide for Jeremy Cameron. The boundary line beats he and Maynard. And out of bounds it goes. 40 out from the Geelong goal at the Punt Road end. Cats by 9 points. This is Grandstand AFL for the first time in 2023, streaming through the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button. A shout out to Grant, who's with us. Looking forward to a big season on Friday night. Great to have you with us, Grant. And also to Fran, who says, go the Pies.
Boundary throw in, 50 around from the Cats goal. Quick hands from Stengel out to Dangerfield. And the captain in his 150th game for Geelong. He had to wait 15 years to get the C next to his name, but Captain Dangerfield just rolls off the tongue. And he's kicked the 5th of the quarter for the Cats. What an opening term it is. 5 straight 30 Geelong. Collingwood 2-3-15. Almost the standing start, a couple of steps in from the boundary line, and that left forward pocket was tapped down to Stengel, fired it out, and Dangerfield off a step, slotted it on his right boot.
And only his first kick of the game, Cal.
Yeah, I'm just amazed at 5 goals to 5 shots, 2 goals, 3. It's not that sort of game. Geelong have made the most of every opportunity. Collingwood probably deep lost a couple of opportunities, but around the ground it is so even. You can't believe that it's 15 points difference.
Mason Cox in the middle doing the ruck work, palms it down. Crisp was in the path of it. Stanley Clever knocks it away to Bruin. Hand pass to Myers, got it back to Bruin. There's a free kick. Myers taken high. And Grind Myers will get it centre half forward. The man on the mark standing right on the blue paint for the 50. That's still side bottom. It's Geelong by 15. Chips it inside 50. And there he is, the Tomahawk. Takes a juggled mark. Right in that channel at right half forward. He'll kick from 40 out.
It's just such a good little lead. The forward craft we talk about often is those players, and they spend so much time training it, little backward leads, just moving your opponent back towards the goal, the late little turnaround, being able to leave your opponent behind if he's trying to zone off, and other players who are filling the hole not quite doing their job. Just a clever lead from a clever forward.
His first major involvement, Tom Hawkins on the set shot. The All-Australian skipper pops it through, and the Geelong lead swells. It's up to 21 points. And they've got away from Collingwood here late in the quarter. 27 minutes travelled in the opening term. Geelong now 6 straight. Collingwood 2-3. Cats by 21. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Well, Geelong have just followed up from what happened last year. I don't think Collingwood are a 3.5 goal worse side right now. It's just that Geelong are able to be persistent with their consistency. Hawkins leads into a space. Collingwood looked like they had all the spaces covered. Geelong players know where they're going to go. It is to break down a Geelong, you have to break down their system. And at the moment, Collingwood are playing their system, but Geelong are still playing their system. And last year's system won the premiership. So Collingwood have to break that type of game down.
Cats by 21 points. Back in the centre it is, Blitzarves, who's not in there as the ruckman. That's Stanley. Blitzarves playing as a midfielder, and he's tackled by Cox, and it'll be another ball up. Still no Tom Stewart. He's down in the rooms, but there's about 2 physios, 2 doctors having a big conference on the Cats bench at the moment. We'll bring you any news as soon as it comes through. Spurts out to Nick Dacos, and his kick is good to De Goey. De Goey's got it on the outer wing, or the southern wing. Keeps it low, doesn't go great connection with that. It bounces up to Atkins, to O'Connor, under the pump. This is a great smother off the boot of Guthrie. And it was Jamie Elliott coming through with the wonderful smother. Make sure that ball, that Sharon, is locked in the attacking 50 for the Pies.
That's exactly what I was about to say, Kel. It's come out a couple of times far too easy. Collingwood need to keep it in there and break that system of run from Geelong.
Cox knocks it into the path of Tay Adams, snaps goalward, kicks it. One the Pies desperately needed. Just to halt Geelong's surge of momentum here late in this opening term. The Cats 6 straight. Collingwood find themselves 3-3, so that margin back to 15 points. Approaching the half-hour mark. Opening term on Grandstand AFL.
Well, that's sort of, you've got to punish sides. Yep. Good sides very rarely leave an opening. There was an opening there. Adams found it. Oh, he's a very strong player anyway, and he had to kick it with, I think he kicked it with his non-preferred, but nonetheless, he was able to find a pretty easy ball, and that's not what Geelong's all about. So, I think there's no coincidence there that when you've got a Stewart not on the ground, because he directs so well. And when you look at this here, look, there's a big opening there where he's just able to walk through. Just watching the replay then. So I would say that Stewart would normally be standing right there. This is where you've got to make adjustments.
Margin is 15 points. 3 minutes to play in the opening term. The Cats lead it. Stanley. And to Guthrie. Cam Guthrie, and he's tackled to the ground by De Goey.
Do you generally find more stoppage goals at the start of the season than deeper on? Is there any correlation with that?
I couldn't answer that.
Thrown up in the air, Stanley to Bruin, who lost it. Nick Dacos coming off half-back, comes in, gets a kick away to Atkins, who's tackled to the turf. Is he taken high? No, the umpire comes in. Tackled by Adams.
Just where the 4 umpires gather.
Stanley Cameron. Cameron wins it straight down to Josh Dacos, who gives it to Noble, and then from the broadcast wing stabs it in the advantage out in front of Taylor Adams, who's got a step on his direct opponent in Atkins. Couple of kicks out. Taylor Adams directing traffic. He's just going to poke it up into the air. Top of the hot spot, flying, launching, marking is Cox. And he gives Ratugolea a little bit of verbal action as well as Ratugolea gets up from the ground. Mason Cox, the American, he loves a bit of trash talk.
And that's a learning experience there for Asava Ratugolea. He had a good run at this, as did Cox. But as a defender coming from behind, he was still trying to take the big hanger, Mick.
Yeah, he was.
That's the one you got to punch about 5 rows back into the stands.
7 goals, 8 last year from his 18 games. And he puts it through. He chest bumps Ratugolea. And it's spicy at the G. The margin's back to 9 points. 6 straight 36 Geelong. 4-3, 27 Collingwood. A minute and a half to play before quarter time. What a quarter it's been. Tim Hodges, plenty of action down there as well.
Oh, there sure is, Kelly. This will be relief for Geelong supporters. Tom Stewart has just emerged from the rooms. His right knee is heavily strapped, but he is okay to return to the field. So I think plenty of Cats fans might have saw their premiership hopes go up if his knee was really bad, but good news is it's strapped and he's good to come back onto the ground.
If I could just add on to that, the two goals that have come about there have both been virtually disciplined goals. I'm not saying that Stewart would have been involved in both, but he would have been down there. So it's important those sort of players on the ground. Great backline players generally are failed forwards. They are. Simple fact of life.
Geelong now by just 9 points. A couple in a row for the Magpies after the Cats got it out to a 21-point buffer. Blitz up, sockers it wide, but straight to side bottom. Hand pass to Goey. He feeds Mason Cox again. Spills the chest mark, comes to Tui. Socked away by Stanley out of the defensive arc. Straight into Nick Dacos' path. Picks it up for the Magpies. Kicks it deep forward. Tangle in the goal square. Free kick next day. It's against Radicalea, who didn't spoil on the previous occasion, and now he's caught in a tangle with the forward in the goal square. And the free kick goes to the attacking player dead in front.
This is what we're going to see more of, gentlemen, because of the fourth umpire out there on the ground.
Yeah, it was good work by McStay. Clear free kick, but he just really worked back hard into Radicalea to protect the space and made him nervous. He just grabbed at him.
McStay slams it through. He's got one in his new colours. And Collingwood have a fair bit of bounce here. Finding themselves down by 21 earlier in the quarter. They've kicked 3 in a row. And there's just a single kick in it. And every single Magpie on the ground runs to him to celebrate. Cats by 3. 6 straight to Collingwood 5-3.
And as far as margins go, Mick, that's more like it. The way that this quarter's been played. If you go through the stats, even galore, probably Collingwood up on the possessions and the uncontested possessions, but both generating plenty of ball.
Yep.
Geelong more efficient when they go inside forward 50, so with less forward 50s, but Collingwood have still played some scintillating footy and now back pretty much even, only the 3 points down.
Last 3 goals in a row to the Pies. 3-point margin, back underway in the centre. Mitchell wins a free kick. Tom Mitchell hasn't even got to his feet, and he gives it off to Goey. He gives it to Josh Dacos. Bit of a fumble, a regather, and then goes long. Radicalea goes for the mark again to Koning. Falls his way. His handball's gone straight to Darcy Cameron. Stripped out of his hands, though. Wrenching it out, though, was Guthrie. Cam Guthrie. Holmes gets an unkind bounce and is happy to see it over. Noble comes in. A couple of players go down behind play.
Murphy bumped into Ollie Henry. I didn't really think there was much in that, Kel.
And Ollie Henry gets the free kick. Hence the boos, hence the jeers. And he gives it off quickly. Goes back to O'Connor. Scintillating start to Friday night footy on ABC Grandstand. And now Guthrie gets into Adams. Henry's there. Plenty of Magpies around him. There's pushing, there's shoving. We're talking about only 10 metres away from the benches. It was an Ollie Henry they all charged to. And now Zach Tui's lost his Guernsey. He's in a push and shove with Myercheck. Tom Hawkins comes in and throws those big biceps around. Tries to clear the pack. Tui's got his muscles on display. He kicked the opening 2 goals tonight. He's trying to put the number 2 back on like it's a shirt. But it won't get back on because it's been torn to shreds. And eventually they spread their separate ways. Pendlebury pulling still side bottom and a few other of his Magpie teammates away, and they go towards their huddles.
Footy's back, Cal.
Oh, footy's back, baby. It is Geelong by 3 points at quarter time here at the MCG. Brilliant football to start this one. The Cats 6 straight 36. Collingwood 5-3 33. Should we go down to Tim now?
Yes.
Let's do that. Let's get down to Tim Hodges because a big name is under a bit of an injury cloud, Tim.
Well, Tom Stewart did come back from the rooms. That right knee, you guys can see heavily strapped. Maybe Lingy and Mick, if you keep an eye on him, they went to give him a fitness test. He pulled up after only a few strides. I'm not sure if that's good or bad news. the doctors are still talking a hell of a lot whether they want to take the risk with him, but he does look like he's ready to come back on the field. I guess we'll see in about 4 minutes.
He looks really proppy to me.
That's a medial ligament.
It certainly is a medial ligament.
Yeah.
And I guess a medial ligament...
You can run straight lines in a medial ligament, no worries, and play out the rest of the game.
And I'll tell you something, I've had both. If you have a significant one, you almost... It initially hurts like hell, and then it goes because it's ripped in half. When you get one that just keeps persisting, it's generally that you've frayed a little bit, but it's still intact.
What's a medial? How many weeks?
Or none to 10.
Yeah,
depend on what you've... it goes in grades.
Cats by 3 at quarter time. Craig McRae said if it bleeds, we can kill it. Borrowing the line from Lee Matthews, of course, all those years ago to that champion Essendon team. And Braden Maynard, unfortunately, was the only one who bled in that opening quarter for Collingwood, coming off with a cut. But what a start it was. 2 goals for Zach Tui on St Paddy's Day. 1 for Jeremy Cameron, 1 for Stengel, 1 for Hawkins, and 1 for Dangerfield. While for the Pies, 5 individual goal kickers. Tom Mitchell and Dan McStay, first up for their new teams, as well as Tay Adams, Brodie Myercheck and Mason Cox. At quarter time, Friday night footy, the first one of season 2023. It is the Cats by 3 points on ABC Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. This is Grandstand AFL.
Hello, I'm Patrick Stack, and if you like great stories and you enjoy sport, then I reckon you need ABC Sport Daily in your life.
And unfortunately, Patrick, that means sometimes people like you need to move over.
The more gold medals and stuff I get, is the more I can put my name into the history book. Records come and go, but gold lasts forever.
Should always dream big, Stacky.
It's a daily sports conversation, and it's called ABC Sport Daily. Find us on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Quaynor to Noble. Oh, this is risky. Tui's chopped it off in the goal square. Tui, the Irishman, snaps the opener here at the G.
Gives it back to Max Holmes. On the run, he kicks to the top of the goal square. Spill comes for more. Down to Tui. Tui's got two.
Breaking out of the centre now is the Pies. The kick comes from Adams and he pokes it inside 50, and Tom Mitchell is on the end of it. Chance for the Pies through their brand new recruit. What a way to introduce yourself to the Collingwood Army.
Hand pass back to the goal. He puts it inside 50 and Myercheck marks uncontested left half forward, 10 in from the boundary line. Myercheck to finish off the spectacular chain. He dobs it from out wide, and the Pies with 2 quick ones to answer Geelong's challenge. Tom Hawkins on the set shot. The All-Australian skipper pops it through, and the Geelong lead swells. And they've got away from Collingwood here late in the quarter. Cox knocks it into the path of Tay Adams, snaps goalward, kicks it. One the Pies desperately needed. Picks it up for the Magpies, kicks it deep forward. Tangle in the goal square. Free kick McStay. It's against Radicalea. McStay slams it through. He's got one in his new colours. Finding themselves down by 21 earlier in the quarter. They kicked 3 in a row. And there's just a single kick in it.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
And that's how it's positioned at quarter time. A 3-point lead for Geelong, the reigning premiers, over Collingwood. Quarter time, Grandstand AFL, Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, our Grandstand AFL experts, Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse.
Well, sensational quarter footy to start the season off for these two teams. Geelong looked like they had it in control for a little bit, and then the Pies responded brilliantly. Mick, I know we had a lot of talk again about what Jordan De Goey's done during the off-season and how fit he is, how he's going to go to a new level this season, all of that. Well, Craig McRae's put him in a situation, I think, where he can thrive, the way they're using him at stoppages, and he's being able to spit forward, attacking side of the contest. But that quarter, he's repaying it. He was brilliant. 3 clearances, the 10 disposals, getting forward of the play and dangerous footy. He's not even bothering with one single little cheapie. He's getting good quality footy.
Yeah, too right. Is as I said to you off air, Lingy, I reckon the Cats, I don't know whether the Cats can sustain the 101 to 79 possession rate and 18 to 12 against them inside 50. if this goes into second, third and fourth quarter, I think Collingwood will just keep getting stronger and stronger. Geelong have got to get more through their midfield.
So Dangerfield 2 touches, Cam Guthrie 2 touches, Blitzarves 3 was their starting midfield.
Yeah, it's not good enough.
Reigning premiers by 3 points. We'll get to Hodgie in just a moment, but it's Collingwood with the momentum, having kicked the last 3 of the game. Cameron wins it down to go. He tackled immediately. A ball up. Tim Hodges.
There is significant news down here, Corbin. Tom Stewart has been subbed out of the game after that quarter-time discussion between the doctors. The right knee injury, he is out. Brandon Parfitt comes into the 22.
Thanks, Hodgie. Suspected medial for Tom Stewart, according to our crew, as Hoskett Elliott squeezed a kick from the stoppage at the wing, but the Cats there. Tui hand pass to his countryman in O'Connor, who kicks it down to half forward, and Rowan forced to spoil from behind against Murphy. Boundary throw in half forward for the Cats, 60 out. Hodgie.
It's worth noting, Corbin, there was no one more disappointed than Tom Stewart when he was told he was going to be subbed out of the game. So Lingy would know what a competitive bloke he is, but he just wanted to get back out on that field. So hopefully that means that the knee's not too bad.
Boundary throw in half forward here for Geelong. Comes the way of De Koning, who handballs it to Cameron. He's a long way from home. He's running backwards at the moment like a young colt. A little confused out there, and he kicks back to centre half back.
Well, so one of the umpires has paid this perhaps for running too far, Cal, like you called, but I don't know which umpire initially called it.
Okay. So a bit of confusion out there. That's going to happen when we go from 3 to 4 umpires. Collingwood in possession. Howe kicks it just inside 50. McCreary bananas it, and the banana is almost lucky. Adams juggles but then drops it at the end. Handballs out to Pendlebury from a standing start. He knows where the goals are. Captain or no captain, Pendle still gets it done, and he celebrates with both fists clenched. He enjoyed that one, the number 10. And they're back in front now, the Pies, by 3 points. 6-3-39. Geelong 6 straight 36. After they trailed by 21 points at the 29-minute mark of that fourth term.
Sorry, can I just correct one thing, Mick? It wasn't for too far. It was a high shepherd,
Radigalia. So it's 3 free kicks against him of recent time and 4 goals in a row to Collingwood. I know they're only just in front, Collingwood. Real danger signs, because the Cats aren't getting the football. Their main players are they're just non-existent at the moment. In the last, when I say that, I'm talking the last probably 7 or 8 minutes, first quarter and now.
Third lead change of the night. Collingwood back in front by 3. Back in the middle, comes down to Dangerfield, who hurriedly kicks one to centre half forward. Maynard, though, chops it off, bangs it back out to the flank. Side bottom, wrestling outsized against Blitzarves, but Collingwood have the numbers. Unkind bounce for the Pies. Stengel soccers it away into the path of Smith. He kicks it onto the chest of Myers. Back to Stengel, under pressure, hand pass to Cam Guthrie, turns it over. And Howe for Collingwood, hands it away towards Nick Dacos off the back flank, sets Crisp free through the middle of the G, has a bounce, hits up Jamie Elliott, he marks. 55 out, centre half forward. The cold-blooded Jamie Elliott puts it into the pocket, and Zach Guthrie's up and marking in front of Bobby Hill. Takes the intercept mark, back pocket for Geelong. Collingwood lead the game early in the second term by 3.
50 called here. I reckon it was for the stand rule against Bobby Hill, but the kick inside forward 50 wasn't the right one, wasn't a good one, but the play leading up to that, Mick, that's the dangerous stuff. The Cats can't go with Collingwood when they move the footy like that off half-back.
Now there's no player standing the mark, so Zach Guthrie's just going to have a little bit of a trot, a dash, and kick it long. Mistake was coming in from the side. Whether it was Maynard, and then it gets out to Howe as they try to exit the D50. Kick was to McCreary, who just casually is happy to see it over the boundary line. Just a few down from the Pies bench. It'll be a boundary throw-in.
You mentioned a big moment here for Geelong. Nick, Patrick Dangerfield's gone socks down for it as well, but you know it's time to really ramp things up when the socks go down.
yeah, and he's the leader, so they all might join in.
Flick back in on the broadcast wing. Down to Guthrie, had it, lost it. Oh, what a tackle by Pendlebury on Blitzarves. Brilliant.
Just watching De Goey then, again, spat forward from that stoppage. No one went with him. If that spilled out Collingwood's way, he was out again.
Ball up, Blitzarves. Taps it towards Dangerfield. He's got to beat a couple here. He handballed that straight over the boundary line. That's deliberate. The umpire was right there in front of Dangerfield, so He's kicked a goal, Dangerfield. Hasn't done too much else in his first night as captain for the Cats. He is the former skipper in Pendlebury, who kicks backwards to Howe.
Strange move by Paddy Dangerfield. He just went straight out with the ball. Like didn't hold his feet. That's a bad sign when you don't stand up in those sort of things.
Looked like he was playing rugby league for a moment. Thought he was flying like Superman over the try line. So here's Pendlebury again. Short, sharp kicks here by the Pies to Nick Dacos, or rather Josh Dacos.
Watch Josh use this. He is sublime by foot.
What does he do? He's just going to poke it up and hold it up to Koning. Flew from behind. No one could mark it in the end. De Koning fires it out to Blitzarves, to Zach Guthrie, and now O'Connor. After all those handballs, he goes by foot. Will it sit kindly for Stengel? It does. He's got some pace on Murphy. He has a bounce. He assesses, and he delivers beautifully to Jeremy Cameron, who's on the right side for a left footer. The number 5, he'll have to kick it from right on 50. Tidy Shangle in the right forward pocket, just a step in from the boundary line.
I think you saw him kick one from 60 metres post high, so this should be no worries.
In the warm-up, off one step, about 60 post high. He's a phenomenal athlete. He'll have no worries with the distance.
How's the man on the mark? He doesn't curl it late. It's got to curve back late, and it doesn't. It hits the post. So instead of running around the buddy arc on that left, he opted for the traditional run-up.
Nick Dacos on the kick out, the Maynard back pocket. Short kick to Murphy, marks at half back.
First blemish for the night for the Cats. 6-1-37. They trailed the Collingwood by 2.63-39.
Last time these two teams played here was that quali last year. There was 91,500 in, and we're in a similar bracket again tonight. They are in the very back row as Murphy goes down the wing to Hoskin Elliott, looks inboard, turns it over. Myers takes the intercept mark for Geelong. Hand pass to Isaac Smith. A lefty just lays it out in front of Hawkins to run after. Spills into the pocket. Maynard wants the safety of the boundary line. Taps it out of play.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Deliberate. Gee, the two umpires looked at each other then. They weren't sure who was the controlling umpire. And in the end, the guy that was more central to the middle of the ground said, I think that is deliberate. Ushered it that way with the hand action, and a free kick for Hawkins pressed up against the fence.
Oh, definitely free kick. You can't, I mean, you can disguise it all you like, but you can't go directly straight out like that. Especially when it's only a short distance.
Brandon Parfitt, who was the sub as well in last year's grand final, is on for his first run. Here's Tom Hawkins to snap across the body from 40 out at left half forward. Never looks like missing. Returns the reigning premiers to the front. Geelong 7-1-43, Collingwood 6-3-39. Cats by 4, and we've had 4 lead changes already. 8 minutes into the second term. Hawkins with a couple.
Just trying to see the right players are getting. Well, it's pretty even this quarter now, but see whether Geelong have got the right players getting the ball. Dangerfield 3, which is around about what he had the first quarter. Still well down on their 22 to 30 possessions, but inside 50s is quite remarkable. It's Geelong 5 to Collingwood 3, and yet Collingwood appear to have so much of that good ball at the moment.
Yeah, I think some of those Geelong inside 50s have been quickly rebounded, and they've only just made inside 50. Collingwood have rebounded dangerously. That was an important goal from Geelong's perspective because the Pies probably had the momentum and the run.
Cats by 4 points. Blitzarves in the ruck up against Cox. Cox reaches high, gets it down to Pendlebury, who's in the middle, and now a tangle of arms and legs. It'll be thrown up in the air, right on the edge of that centre circle. Mitchell, the last man to get up and hand the Sherrin back. Tom Mitchell kicked a goal already for his new team. Flick down to Dacos. That was Nick Dacos. He handballs into space. Parfitt comes on straight away. Spins out of trouble. Handballs to Smith. Kicks to centre half forward. Ricochets the way of side bottom. Oh, fantastic stuff by Ollie Henry. Flicked it down. Side bottom lost it. Off to Cameron, and then it comes the way of Brian Myers. Myers handballs to Holmes. Holmes from 52. He launches it to Holmes. He's been the buzzword all summer long down at the Cattery, and Max Holmes, who was the heartbreak story in grand final week last year, has slotted it off a step on the right boot from almost 55 metres out.
Good heads-up play by Myers to straight away look for the little handball. He knew he didn't have the distance. Collingwood players weren't quite onto the fact that he was never going to have a shot and needed to jump on Max Holmes, and he nailed that one. You called it well, Cal. That was one step and just smacked it home. They have been very excited about him over pre-season. He's always been a good runner, an outstanding athlete, but he's added that inside ball to his game over the course of the pre-season.
How about this quote, Winnie, from Chris Scott? He could always get it out in space, but now he can win his own ball in traffic with Judd and Dangerfield attributes about him.
Oh, that's a big bump up.
It's a big sell for the first round pick, Max Holmes. Couple in a row for Geelong. Here's Cox, who wins the hit out and then gets the clearance. Kicks it to centre half forward. Radaglia spoils. Ricochets to Josh Dacos. High half forward for the Magpies. He kicks wide to Elliott. Leaping up and marking in front of Zach Guthrie, right on the junction of the 50 and the boundary.
Josh Dacos' ball use by foot is unbelievable. That one he wasn't able to spear it in, otherwise it would have been cut off. Just had to do the little, like quarterback throw in the NFL, just a little touch pass over the top and hit Elliott with about 20 centimetres to spare from the boundary line.
If you don't reckon he can kick him from out here, maybe just check in with a few Essendon fans. He's 50 out, up against the boundary line at right half forward. Tough kick, right foot against the fence. He misses everything to the near side.
Got to be the other side, Cook.
It's been a game of runs all night. So Geelong the first two, Collingwood the next two, and then 4 in a row for the Cats, 4 in a row for the Magpies, and now 2 in a row for Geelong. So we haven't had a single goal answered all night so far. Geelong lead it by 10, 11 played in the second term.
DeConing just hurt himself.
Yep.
He just fell over.
Yeah, there was no one near him. Tui had the ball last line of defence. Was going to kick it to DeConing. DeConing slipped over and now he's limping off. So keep an eye on him, Hodgie, because that was very bizarre. Meanwhile, the kick-in did come to the Cats. They fumble around with it a couple of handballs before Bruin eventually walks it over the boundary line.
With no one near him at all.
Those things worry you about the Achilles.
Yeah, but he's reaching at his knee a little bit. I'm sure Hodgie will be over it more, but we're just watching up on the screens here.
The turf monster got him.
So toss back in now. It's a boundary throw in right in front of the Cats bench, where Smith has got it tackled by Bobby Hill into the turf, and he'll be rewarded. Wonderful tackle by Hill, former Giant, wearing the number 23. He's too far out to score. Runs around the player on the mark, drives it long in the Mason Cox direction. Buse has got it. He's tackled to the ground by Elliott. And it'll be a ball up top of the goal square here for the Pies. Umpire wastes no time. Cameron. Down to Cameron, who grabbed it. And he's taken high by Blitzhoff. He wins a free kick. He grabbed at his cheek. So Darcy Cameron was wrestling with Blitzhoff. He's got his hand to it, his fingertip in the air. Almost basketball-like, slapped it down to himself, grabbed it, and Blitzhoff's got him high.
I've got to say this. You got a stoppage. Guthrie runs off. The stoppage is 20 metres out from Collingwood's goal square. Dangerfield runs on, has no hope of getting to that stoppage. And this is the consequence of it. No ground ball, and Ruckman gets a free kick.
So this to draw it back to within 4 points at the punt road end. He's an accurate goal kicker, usually. And Darcy Cameron, I lost him to know. He's missed it. 28 he kicked last year from his 24 games. 46-19 in his career.
He's got a huge job this year, doesn't he, without Brody Grundy being there.
Cats by 9. Tui goes long up to the wing. There's all sorts of problems on Geelong's bench. Tom Stewart subbed out of the game, suspected medial in the first quarter, and now Sam DeConing. And he fell over by himself on the turf. Geelong quickly transition the footy. Close marks. Hand pass to Cameron. Long kick into the pocket. Holmes the target. Josh Dacos saves the day. The ball slips out of play.
Saved a certain goal because Gary Rowan was by himself at the top of the goal square. Great effort, Josh Dacos. Great work rate.
Fantastic. And never didn't free kick the player. Kept the eye on the eyes and the ball.
All ball, wasn't it, Nick?
Yep.
That's brilliant.
Cats by 9 points, having kicked the last couple in the game. From the boundary throw-in, deep forward for Geelong. Cameron goes down, Dangerfield wins the footy. Hand pass forward to Moore, just knocks it away to Mitchell. Fights on, hand pass away to Ollie Henry. He gives it to Myers, goal coming up. Feeds it to Stengel, through traffic, snaps it through. 3 in a row now for the Cats. And they work it out in the phone box. Through a tight area, 15 metres out from Geelong's goal at the city end. Geelong 9-1-55, Collingwood 6-4-40. A 15-point lead for the Cats as many minutes travelled in the second term.
And just getting back to what we spoke about, Lingy, all of a sudden the players that Geelong need to get the ball, they're smaller players that can work the ball into position, are all those players up until Cameron, and Cameron himself is coming a long way up the ground. He's had 3 kicks, hasn't scored this quarter, but I don't think he scored this quarter, but nonetheless, he's been able to get the ball into very good and tight positions.
Well, we're just watching the replay of the Sam De Koning. No one anywhere near him.
Yeah.
Running backwards, and when he fell, he immediately went to that knee, didn't he?
Must be noted that there wasn't the new turf or where the old turf meets the new turf, so that was completely on the old turf that was here to watch Ed Sheeran last week. That's not part of the new stuff, but
and he didn't trip as in over anyone. There was no one in his vicinity at all.
Hodgie, you got any updates?
Kel, there was almost a look of horror on his face as he came off the ground thinking, what if I've wrecked my knee by myself? So he has gone down to the room. So the Cats are a man down on the bench at the moment.
Sort of that little skipping action, isn't it, where it's just that grab at it. And we've seen it before with ACLs. Fingers crossed for De Koning. Meanwhile, the Magpies have taken it out of the centre. They got it all the way to side bottom. He couldn't take it cleanly. Instead, they had to tackle Tui, and then it spills out to the side, and a couple of players jump on top of it. One is Stanley.
Big ramifications for the season, but also the here and now. So Blitzarv's back, Radikalia, baptism of fire for him, and O'Connor, really the last 3 bigs down there in defence.
All up, no one in the air, toe poking odd off the ground is Stanley, comes away with Dangerfield, a fumble. Been a bit fumbly tonight, but he's able to regather it and hit up Cameron on the chest, who wheels around, and this is Ollie Henry.
There's 4 Geelong players.
There's 4.
He could have given it off to a couple of Cats players running by. I don't know what the Magpies' defence was in disarray there for a moment. And it's Pendlebury's eventually got back the player on the mark, and he's turning around and barking a few instructions to his players. But the story here is that the number 36 in the Cats hoops, who grew up a massive Geelong fan, has got the ball in his hand. He'll never get an easier chance than this, Ollie Henry, to put his first goal through to the club he growing up loving. Oh, and he rubs it into the crowd as well. He's got some spunk about him. Both hands went up to both ears. He turned to the Pies fans and said, I can't quite hear you now. And he celebrated that with style. Ollie Henry, the first of many to come.
Yeah, I've got to say, in world sport, players that change clubs and score, they tone it down and walk away. He has gone the direct opposite. He might as well have jumped the fence and joined in the crowd.
You know, during the warm-up, I thought, where is he? And he's got the brightest boots on out there. They're aqua. They're so bright. And I thought, well, this isn't a young man that's just trying to, just
getting where he fit in.
Settling quietly with the premiers. This is a man that's saying, hey, I'm wearing the brightest boots in the forward line. Thank you very much. Cats by 21, 10-1-61, Collingwood 6-4-40.
We love those look-at-me athletes, and Ollie Henry back at, as what Kel said, the club closest to his heart growing up. Dangerfield hand pass to Cam Guthrie. Kicks out to half forward for the Cats. Murphy bangs it back in the other direction with his fists. Pack forms around Josh Dacos, and we'll have a ball up sub and wing. So Geelong led by 21 time on in the first. Collingwood then hit the front early in this second quarter. And now it's back to a game high, 21 points Geelong's way.
Lingy, how have they covered the loss of those 2 key backs?
I'll tell you in a sec.
From the stoppage, Josh Dacos kicks wide to side bottom, feeds it back to Noble. Noble heads up to Myercheck, no mark. O'Connor spoils. Tui wants to keep it alive and does. Hand pass along the ground, only as far as Nick Dacos. Sweeping polyfarmer hand pass all the way back to Howe. Kicks down to half forward. Myercheck enters from the side of the pack. Tries to mark, gets a free kick. Has his arms chopped. Trying to lace it to centre half forward. Dangerfield spills the mark with a greasy footy. G. Adams, heavy collision with Tui. Got it out by hand to O'Connor off the back flank to Zach Guthrie for the Cats.
Zach Guthrie goes long from the defensive side to the attacking side of the wing, but it's Cameron that takes the mark. Tallest player there, marking in front of Ollie Henry, Darcy Cameron.
It's Blitzarves who's gone back as the actual key defender, but they're really rolling players back, Mick. So Stanley's back there right now. The wingers are getting back harder than they normally would. Even the mids, Dangerfield was arriving back there quicker. So I think as a group, they're covering that until they can get it fixed up at half-time.
Yeah, it's very rare you lose 2 key backs before half-time.
Deliberately slowing it down now, the Pies, as Noble eventually from in front of the benches goes long. It ricochets the way of Dangerfield. He just hacks it out of there, straight to the new number 4. Was Brodie Grundy. It's now, of course, Maynard. And Maynard kicks to Hoskin Elliott. Down the line, draws the defender, handballs over to Noble. Noble into the left forward pocket where Mason Cox has got the sit. The American goes for a big high ride in the left forward pocket at the punt road end.
And that's where Collingwood have got to be confident to go quick as often as they can. Radigali is already on the back foot given what he did in the first quarter. Blitzarves has gone back there but has been playing midfield a lot over the last 18 months. They've got to take advantage of it.
So Mason Cox took a big mark over Radigalia, kicked a goal and let him know all about it. Now he's got to curl this around magically. Oh, Mason. Absolutely magic from the left forward pocket. And this time there's no trash talk. He'd rather celebrate with his teammates because that was a special goal. Cox has got 2 and they're back to within 15 points. Collingwood 7-4-46, trailing the Cats 10-1-61. 20 minutes gone in this second term.
Oh, what an amazing game for a first rounder. Especially, I guess, on the back of last night, watching before 88,000 people, 2 pretty good sides. They just make it count. That's an extraordinary goal from a bloke who's nearly 7 foot. The fact that he was able to mark it under pressure, get the ball there. So both sides, it's a credit to both sides' hierarchy, and to get these players up. Geelong losing 2 key backs is just extraordinary that they're able to kick 3 goals after that.
The Cats have already outscored both teams from last night, and we're still 7 minutes before half-time. Geelong by 21 despite the Cox goal. Quick break here for Collingwood. Out towards half-forward. Mitchell. Hand pass away to Adams. Kicks inside 50 to go. He back with the flight. Can't mark. Falls to O'Connor of the Cats. Stanley. Stationary, hands it to Cam Guthrie, kicks in the middle of the ground. Holmes clever, got his fist onto it, spills to Jeremy Howe, sweeping hand pass forward to McCreery. McCreery chips his kick out wide and Adams marks.
Got to go quick from here, take advantage of the key backs being down.
60 out, high half forward, kicks in the Jamie Elliott direction. McStay also there, off hands, it spills to Atkins. Bangs it out of the defensive 50 for Geelong. Here's Jeremy Cameron up on the wing. Pokes his pass out in front of the path of Stengel. A chance downhill for Geelong. He gets around Quaynor, looks back inboard to Izzy Smith, who marks on the wing.
Usually a good decision maker. Smith goes long into the pocket. They need the sit here, and that's what Henry's got. Oh! He's thrown into an open goal before Noble pounced. And now, watch them give it back to Ollie Henry. It was Darcy Moore, the captain. He tackled him and made around from the goal line, and a wrestle ensues. And right in front of the Collingwood cheer squad, and I cannot describe on radio right now what the Collingwood cheer squad is doing to Ollie Henry. It's rude. There's rude gestures everywhere. Extraordinary theatre at the MCG, and it's only the season opener. Ollie Henry, what a night. Kicked his first a few moments ago, gave it to the Pies fans, and then the Pies fans giving it back to him.
Izzy Smith with a long inside 50, and Gary Rowan with a pack mark in the goal square, and shades of last year's qualifying final with a big pack mark at the city end.
Great mark by Rowan. It's just got everything. And I woke it up in September.
Gary Rowan bends it through, and Geelong get the goal that Henry left out there in the goal square. It's the Cats by 21 points in a high-quality season opener for both teams. Geelong 11-1-67, Collingwood 7-4-46. It's had a bit of everything, and we're still 5.5 minutes away from half-time in the first Friday night of the season. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
This is why we love it so much, the theatre of it all, and how perfect Ollie Henry just nailed by an unbelievable tackle by the new captain, Darcy Moore, right in front of the cheer squad. Superb. And then to Gary Rowan's credit there, he's been quiet tonight and obviously played a huge game last year in this corresponding game, the qualifying final, but then just to launch himself at that one against Darcy Cameron and a few Collingwood defenders. Big grab. This has been brilliant footy.
Both these sides rate themselves defensively. It's just incredible how easy the forwards are scoring.
Cam Guthrie out of the centre gets a little chip kick. Stengel couldn't take the mark, and now the quick hands to Bruin. Nice sidestep by Myers, but his kick's been smothered by Hoskin. Elliott Myers with the coat hanger on Noble. Free kick to John Noble. He's a tough nut. He'll get up quickly.
I love the way, Nick, as soon as it turns over, though, every player for both teams run to attack and make really good position, get in a spot where either they can get the footy or draw an opponent out so his teammate can get the footy.
So short to Nick Dacos, who's had it 7 times this quarter, the most of any pie. McCreary, little leap up the back of Zach Tui, takes a mark. The Konig's back from the rooms. We'll get down to Tim Hodges shortly. McCreary goes long. Ratugolea flies. Almost takes a screamer in the air as well. There's some leapers down that end. Blitzarms was in that pack. Ratugolea. McStay, who's kicked his first goal for the Pies as well. So now just inside 50. Cameron from a stoppage, and Guthrie, Zach Guthrie just runs it over and then doesn't know where to look because there's 4 umpires.
Gee, I reckon at some stage of last season that gets paid.
Oh, and it should.
Just ran it straight over, had a choice to run the other way.
So inside Collingwood's 50, a boundary throw in. Pendlebury hams back to Adams from a standing start. It's a high ball. Is it curling back enough? It's not. Hasn't got enough whiz or crack or pop on that Sharon.
They're using a lot of Adams forward and it's working well. He's winning some good 50-50 balls. Didn't quite finish there, but
he's so hard. And you know he's going to be at the foot of the pack.
Cats by 20 points.
A long kick out of the defensive 50. Finds its way to the wing, and Sidebottom just can't pick it up. A couple of fumbles. Now a hand pass put Quaynor onto the pump. Hawkins wins it for Geelong. Sweeping hand pass in front of Rowan. He too slips over. And Sidebottom goes back to win possession back. Gets rid of Rowan. Hand pass to Maynard. Kicks Collingwood down to high half forward. Ratugolea with support. Wins the footy through the hands of O'Connor. Then Blitzarves. Comes through to Bruin. Kicks down the outer edge of the centre square. Stengel hands it back to Bruin. Whacks it forward to Rowan. Hand pass to centre half forward for Holmes. Gives it to Close. Slow build up from the Cats. Comes back to Myers. His hand pass is stolen away by Josh Dacos. Then at centre half back he goes to Quaynor and short to Nick Dacos.
And they've got plenty of loose numbers ahead of the footy, including Elliott. It was a long kick. Elliott's got it. Too far out to score. Brings it back to Degoe. He's got it at centre half forward. And then he flicks it. And McCreary marks all by himself, uncontested, 40 metres out on a 45-degree angle. So they torched them on the turnover, then the Blues.
Well, both sides did, Kel. You know, Geelong had it, and they mucked it up, and Collingwood took it back, and then Geelong just mysteriously stood in the middle of the ground, allowed Collingwood players to run inside the front 50.
So this fast-paced game has got casualties galore. Stengel just jogging off at the moment. Meanwhile, McCreary lines up from right on 50. The set shot squeezes it home. And the Pies, not for the first time tonight, are on the comeback again. Back to 14 points. Collingwood 8-5-53. Geelong 11-1-67. Less than 3 minutes to go in this opening half. It's had everything, including Tim Hodges. Maybe another injury. What's happening on the Cats bench down there?
Yeah, so it's Tyson Stengel. He's rolled the right ankle, and they are going to take him down the race as well to the room, so he probably gets that restrapped. Now, the good news is better for Sam de Koning. He's back from the rooms. He had the boots off, so I reckon he thought he might have been done. But his right knee is strapped. He was just tied the boots up, so he's ready to come back on the ground. And you can actually see the dew has rolled in. You could see in that last passage of play, there were so many players slipping over. and the ball was so much wetter that it impacted play. So this is going to be a very different second half to what we've had in the first half, I fear.
Earlier in the game, Tom Stewart subbed out, so Brandon Parfitt into the game. Suspected medial for Tom Stewart. Back in the middle, Stanley wins it down to Dangerfield. Squeeze the kick forward. There's Mitchell for the Magpies. Hand pass to Pendlebury. Hand pass to DeGoey. Here go the Magpies. Crisp off and running. Gives it to Nick Dacos. Hand pass to Bobby Hill. The new guy in town. Bobby Hill puts it through. One for Mitchell, one for McStay, and one for Bobby Hill.
We're just going to have a quick look at it, Corbs.
The three guys that all joined the Magpies over the summer.
But it will be all clear.
Review underway.
It'll be checked on the line. There is daylight between the outstretched left-hander Blitzarves and the Sherrin as it crosses the goal line. Back-to-back goals for Collingwood. And the momentum swings yet again. The Magpies move to 9-5-59. Geelong 11-1-67. In what is an absolute barn burner to start the season. Cats by just 8. Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse.
I would almost say now it may well be the fittest side at the end. And I'm not talking about injury, I'm just talking about general fitness.
Yep.
Because Geelong traditionally do start slow. I think Chris Scott does let players have a fair bit of luxury early. So this could be telling in the second half, particularly when it's a high-scoring side, a game like this, and there's a lot of running.
And you could see the power run again of Collingwood there, just troubling it. Chris was such an important player for Collingwood, but Nick Dacos running alongside him, going stride for stride. They've broken them open. Great finish by Bobby Hill. Great celebration too. He's pumped.
We're pumped. Here in the ABC Grandstand commentary box, there's 8 points in it. Cats lead a couple of minutes before half-time. Chris breaks out of the centre. His handball for DeGoey misses everything. In fact, Chris would be done for holding the ball, and it'll go to Cam Guthrie. No dreads this year. Wise has got rid of his dreads as well. Must be new policy. Is it Cameron Ling down at Geelong? No dreads?
I doubt it's a policy, but I've just finally seen the light of day.
Okay, he didn't try them during summer. Cameron goes long inside 50. Wonderful mark by the new captain in Darcy Moore. A couple of big plays by Moore in this quarter. A huge tackle in the goal square on Ollie Henry, who was strolling in for a goal. And a big defensive effort here, and they squirted around by foot. Now eventually Nick Dacos kicks it over to Josh Kakos, who kicks it back inboard to Chris.
That is so hard to do.
Skills are elite. Chris is going to bounce it the way of Elliott. Elliott pounces. He cranks up that speed dial. Wheels around, goes for home at the punt road end, but he misses.
When your hips are square and running in a certain direction, to then kick a drop punt on the outside of your foot and still hit it perfectly, that is hard. And Josh Dacos,
and a lot of practice.
Yeah, made it look easy.
A long kick out from Izzy Smith, out to half-back, mark taken by Dangerfield, just edged Crisp underneath the footy, down to half-forward Hawkins, clean out marks Howe, looks inside 50 to Rowan. And the big red machine marks at centre-half forward for the Cats.
Big Tommy running next door, him saying just settle it down, use the full 30 seconds. I think they're all trying to get their breath. 40 seconds to go. That's an amazing kick by Hawkins when you consider he probably hasn't done anywhere near the training that he would have done normally.
There's about 90,000 people in the house in to see it, listening across the country on ABC radio, and yet there's no way we're entitled to a game this good on Friday night in round one. Gary Rowan bends it through for the Cats. 12-1-73, Collingwood 9-6-60, restores a 13-point break for the reigning premiers with 4 ticks left on the clock before half-time. 34 travelled in the second term.
And again, it's Geelong going forward super efficiently, and they do get numbers forward, and their options, maybe a little push in the back from Tommy Hawkins just watching on the replay, but options streaming forward for Geelong. That's so if Collingwood can create that turnover, that's where they're getting the Cats back the other way, catching them out of position, and the Pies power running going back through them. Let's hope this continues in the second half, but you think they've got to run out of puff a little bit.
I did say young Nick Dacos up for the Brownlow. 5 and 6 going at 100%.
11 touches this quarter alone.
Yeah.
Cats by 13 points. And plenty of exhausted players out there. That siren, sweet relief. Half-time in what has been drama-packed, pulsating, electrifying, sublime skills, crowd engagement. We've seen it all in this first 60 minutes of football between the two teams that finished in the top 3 last year, the reigning champs Geelong, and the team that probably should have been in that grand final, missed out by a point, Collingwood. And at half-time, it's Geelong 12-1-73. The Pies 9-6-60. It's a lead of 13 points. The goal kickers for the Cats, Tui kicked the first 2 on St Patrick's Day for Geelong. Stengel with a couple, Hawkins with a couple, Rowan with a couple. And then there's Ollie Henry, Holmes, Dangerfield and Cameron. And for the Pies, 2 for Mason Cox after a couple of big marks. Mychek, Adams, Pendlebury, McCreery, and the 3 new boys have kicked a goal as well in Hill, McStay and Tom Mitchell. Mick Moldhouse, I'm going to give him the quote of 2023 already. Game number 2 of season 2023. He mentioned just quietly during that quarter, have I just woken up in September? Because it feels like September right now. It's been extraordinary, this first half of football here on Friday night.
13-point lead for Geelong. There's talking points in any direction in which you look. Injury concerns for Geelong. Tom Stewart subbed out of the game, suspected medial, so knee complaint. Sam De Koning has his knee strapped, but looks like he's going to continue. And also Tyson Stengel looked like he had his ankle caught underneath the defender earlier in the quarter. There was that outrageous moment with Ollie Henry where he was in the goal square. Moments after kicking a goal, holding up his hands to his ears, saying essentially, I can't hear you, Collingwood fans. Moments later, Nick Riewoldt-esque from the 2010 grand final, just casually rolling into the goal square and popping up out of the sprinkler. Darcy Moore runs him down. The place went absolutely berserk at that point. Geelong by 13. It's half-time. Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Lee.
Well, Corbin, you've raised it. Do you think that those people in behind the goals may have had a little bit of joy from booing him all day? Kicks the goal, they go silent because he tells them to go silent or thereabouts, and he does it right in front of them. He could have sat down and had a cup of tea. That's how much time he had, or hand pass to a teammate, mind you. I don't know why. What he just didn't expect anything to come from anywhere, and the tackle was just brilliant. And of course, it's a free kick and holding the ball.
Yeah.
But I reckon,
just quickly, you're not one for hyperbole, right? You've been in footy your whole life. I mentioned at the start, 51 years involvement in the game. You've seen about a half a footy in round 1 of a season than that.
I honestly cannot think of a better half of quality football. I've seen big scores, but this is absolute quality because both sides last year, I know they're offensively minded to score, but they also had fantastic capabilities of defence. We're talking about a side that's kicked 11 goals, 12 goals won, and the other one's had 15 shots, 9 goals, 6. It's not because the defence... Well, there's been a few mistakes, no doubt. We saw Radiclear sort of give away a few, and there was a first goal kick. Johnny Noble gave away. But by and large, it's just been very, very good play, perfect kicks. We've seen kicking today that would be as good as anywhere during the season by a number of players. We know the Dacos is good, but Geelong's kick, that one of Hawkins. I mean, he's a player, a person that probably hasn't trained near as hard as that he would like to because of his operation. Nails it 40 metres, puts Geelong further in front. It's a brilliant game of football.
It certainly is. You mentioned the Dacoses, and you said you tipped Nick for the Brownlow in his second season of footy. Some might scoff at that and go, oh, come on. He won't do what he did last year, second-year Blues, all that. He's been unbelievable. 19 touches in this first half, going at 92% by foot. Now, this is a high-pressure game. What do we got? Roughly 90,000 here. Round 1, huge Friday night.
Slippery.
Second-year player going at 92% by foot and had 19 touches. The only bloke I feel for a little bit is Josh, his brother. Because of all the unbelievable accolades that Nick got last year, and already so far in this first half. I thought Josh was superb last year, and he's been just as good in that first half as what Nick has been, but Nick will continue to get all the love. Josh is just a brilliant player by foot. His creativity, his vision, the way he works up and down on the wing. Nick sort of goes inside a little bit and plays mid, and even if he's half back, he runs an inside pattern. Josh's work on the wings to then get the footy, bring it back inside and use it so brilliantly. Those two, 19 touches and 14 touches in a half, just superb. And it's their run combined with, I think, a really clever role for Jordan De Goey.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And an outstanding running power of Jack Crisp, who got so many accolades last year and deserved them. Those four in particular, Mick, are causing the Cats some headaches. But when Geelong do go forward, they are scoring.
And scoring because of quality and space. Their players, when you look at the goals they've been kicking, they're not getting in each other's road. They know each other's pattern. They know how to lead properly. Yeah, Tui's kicked two. The thing about Zach Tui, and we didn't mention it, he kicked two, and in between, he was able to resurrect the ball from the 10-yard square at the Collingwood goal end, got back and kicked his second one.
Yeah.
Now, that's workload. Smith, and here I am saying that there are 11 players that are 30 plus for Geelong. Can they sustain it through the year? Well, we don't know, but today, first possession getter 8 and 5, Zach Tui, 30-odd, 33. Smith, 31, 32, said he's the next highest. Dangerfield's fourth highest, had nothing in the first quarter or muck.
And he's been quite scrappy in the second quarter a little bit, Dangerfield.
I reckon what he's worked out, I'm not getting clean football, so I'm just going to murder it. Yeah, I'm going to murder it forward
and just get it forward.
Because you know he can.
Trusting numbers will be forward of the ball. Yep.
There is Guthrie. So if you move down for those players that've got age, you think, no, they're all standing up. They are contributing. My question would be is, we know the quality, and whatever happens between now and the end of the game, with one club has a big blowout, it will honestly it'll mean nothing, because what they've shown now is that there's going to be different degrees of fitness, and I reckon that through the year it'll gain up and you'll find two ripping sides.
Well, there's been a number of injuries, which would be a worry. Tom Stewart going down.
Yep.
De Koning hasn't come back on yet, but as Corbs mentioned, maybe he was going to come back on the ground as well.
He'd be still nervous. He'd be very nervous, a young player with a knee.
Yeah, what exactly he's done. They've had to scramble to cover that. They've covered it quite well. Corbs, it's been a high-pressure game, but can I be a little cheeky and say there's one person under even more pressure tonight?
Yes.
Indy Cameron.
Yes.
Given Geelong's already used their sub, De Koning's in doubt. Tyson Stengel also hurt himself, and whether it was knee or ankle, we're not exactly sure. As we're watching the replay of De Koning, it was a strange one, that one. If Jez has to run off mid-second half, there's no one to replace him in the second half. The Cats could be down a player.
Absolutely.
So I don't want to get myself in any trouble, but under pressure, Indy.
We spoke so much about the turf leading in and the full replacement here at the MCG. We've got 3 injuries for the Cats. Stengel's a contact injury, but you look at the other 2. The turf monster got Sam De Koning, and even in Tom Stewart's case, it looked like the turf shifted behind him when he went down. So we can sort of crack all the jokes we want about, Ed Sheeran's great, and it's worth the price of doing business if that's the case. But if all of a sudden you lose, half a dozen champions in the first round of the season, and that's supposedly just the price of doing business, I think that'll be a big story.
Yeah, you're right, Corbs. It's a great point. This is the best Australian rules football league in the world. This is professional. It is elite sport. They've got to play on the right surface. So if that's contributed to those, and we'll wait and see, that is going to be a massive story.
And there's also 2 more games to come here this weekend. So we've got tomorrow night, Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs, and then again Hawthorn and Essendon on Sunday. So who knows what the ground looks like by that stage. If the second half's even a fraction as good as what we just witnessed, we're in for a real treat. Second half action coming up shortly. It's the Cats by 13 points at half-time in their season opener, which is also the rematch of last year's qualifying final. During Also, the teams are in as well for Sunday teams, so we'll bring you up to date with some of that in just a moment as well. ABC Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital and streaming via the ABC Listen app for the first time in 2023. Just look out for the AFL button through the ABC Listen app. It is half-time, second half action up in just a moment, but first let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Clive Hunter. In the far west of New South Wales, vast numbers of fish have washed up dead in the Darling River at Menindee. What's being described as a disturbing sight. Native bony bream make up the vast majority of the dead, but there have also been sightings of Murray cod and golden and silver perch. State Fisheries Director Cameron Lay says the amount of dead fish is shocking.
The reports from late yesterday and early this morning was that we were looking at thousands, potentially tens of thousands of predominantly bony bream, which is a native species, that have died. Those estimates are well and truly into the millions now. We're seeing tens of kilometres where there's fish really as far as the eye can see. It's quite a confronting scene.
The Queensland Government says it's implementing the recommendations from a review into the deaths of two young sisters left in a hot car. The Queensland Family and Child Commission report found the deaths of Darcy and Chloe Connolly were an avoidable tragedy, and that the Child Safety Department didn't have enough safeguards in place. Queensland's Youth Justice Minister Leanne Leonard says the state government will implement all the recommendations in the report.
We have a robust process, a child death review process, that makes sure that government departments who have contact in these tragic cases with families are held to account if there are issues or concerns and recommendations for changes. What we see in this report today, 3 recommendations, and they have been fully implemented.
Victoria's first People's Assembly is marking its final meeting ahead of elections for a new Assembly in May. The Assembly is the elected group of traditional owners and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders guiding Victoria's treaty process. Assembly member Tracy Evans says her role has been challenging but rewarding.
This path was never going to be easy, I knew that. It's taken a toll on my health and my spirit at times. Resilience, strength and culture have got me through. Hope of a better future is why I sit here and never gave up.
More than 70 recommendations have been made to the government about what could be done to further grow Australia's economy. Political reporter Stephanie Boris has more.
The Productivity Commission, which is the Commonwealth's main advisory body on the economy, has suggested changes to education, immigration, climate and workplace laws. Among the recommendations, a nationwide road user charge as more drivers buy electric cars, an expansion of who can access study loans, and making universities provide all lectures online and for free. The report also says the government should expand the safeguard mechanism, which currently requires the nation's biggest polluters to lower their emissions by 4.9% each year. Under the proposed expansion, about 300 extra facilities would be captured.
Progress on the gender pay gap is stagnating, with no change over the past 2 years. Research from the Workplace Gender Equality Agency shows women are earning nearly 23% less than men. That's a gap that hasn't changed since 2020. The agency says the lack of change shows the need for renewed focus on workplace gender equality. The number of American women dying in pregnancy and childbirth rose during the pandemic by 40%. Here's Mandy Sammy.
The US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says mortality rates among pregnant women rose by 40% in 2021. It recorded more than 1,200 deaths in pregnant women that year, compared with 861 in 2020. The data shows there were about 33 maternal deaths for every 100,000 live births. The last time the government recorded a rate that high was 1964. The CDC counts women who die while pregnant, during childbirth and up to 42 days after birth. Excessive bleeding, blood vessel blockages and infections were among the leading causes of deaths.
TikTok has accused New Zealand and Britain of banning the video sharing app on government phones due to fear rather than facts. The United States has also told the Chinese-owned company to sell its shares in China or risk being banned right across America, citing cybersecurity concerns. TikTok's Theo Bertram says it's unfair.
We're very disappointed. The government has said that this is about fears rather than facts. We haven't done anything wrong, and we believe this is based on geopolitics more than anything else. I think TikTok is political football in all of this.
And Irish media are questioning the carbon emissions being produced by ministers jetting abroad for St Patrick's Day. It's estimated they'll produce close to 200 tonnes of carbon in the process. And that's the very latest from ABC News.
What's the best thing in the world that's also on the ABC Listen app? The footy! This season, get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered.
She's got it! Bye-bye! See you later!
Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports' expert commentary team.
Set, bingo!
AFL and NRL, live and ad-free. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
McCreary bananas it, and the banana is almost lucky. Adams juggles, but then drops it at the end. Handballs out to Pendlebury from a standing start. He knows where the goals are.
There is significant news down here, Corbin. Tom Stewart has been subbed out of the game after that quarter-time discussion between the doctors. The right knee injury, he's out. Brandon Parfitt comes into the 22.
Here's Tom Hawkins to snap across the body from 40 out at left half forward. Never looks like missing. Returns the reigning premiers to the front. Hand pass forward to Moore, just knocks it away to Mitchell. Fights on, hand pass away to Ollie Henry. He gives it to Myers, goal coming up. Feeds it to Stengel, through traffic, snaps it through.
He's able to regather it and hit up Cameron on the chest, who wheels around, and this is Ollie Henry. His first goal through to the club he growing up loving. Oh, and he runs it into the crowd as well. Noble into the left forward pocket where Mason Cox has got the set. Cox took a big mark over Radaglia, kicked a goal and let him know all about it. Now he's got to curl this around magically. Oh, Mason.
Hand pass to Degoe. Here go the Magpies. Chris Hoffman running. Gives it to Nick Dacos. Hand pass to Bobby Hill. The new guy in town. Bobby Hill puts it through.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
As good a first half that you could hope for in round one of the season. At half-time, it is Geelong 12-1-73, leading Collingwood 9-6-60. And Cats have had it out to 21 points on 3 separate occasions, but the Magpies won't go away. They've kicked 2 of the last 3 in the game and 3 of the last 5 to peg it back to a 13-point margin at half-time. There is so much to talk about. Ollie Henry in his new colours has got a goal. He let the crowd know all about it, and then moments later was run down into goal square when he was trying to put another one through, and popping up out of the sprinkler, Darcy Moore was able to grab him, run him down right in front of the Collingwood cheer squad at the City end, which brought the house down. There are concerns on the injury front for Geelong. They've already made their sub, Tom Stewart, out of the game with a suspected medial, so a knee complaint. Knee injuries also for Sam DeConing, and a suspected ankle injury for Tyson Stengel, so a big watch on the Geelong bench. Jeremy Cameron is playing despite his partner Indy about to give birth to their first child, so he was on standby to leave at any moment. He's played the whole first half. We'll see if he comes out of the rooms to start the second. Corbett Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood, Cameron Ling, Nick Malthouse and Tim Hodges with you on Grandstand AFL for Game 2 of the season. We're only 6 quarters in and we've witnessed a hell of a half here so far. High scoring affair, 73 plays 60, Geelong by 13 at half time. Off the SMS, we haven't been able to weave too many of these in given the pace of the game, but 0437 774 774 from Rob in Montmorency. Umpires a lot more involved tonight than they were last night. Not saying it's better or worse, just saying more obvious that they're out there. I think last night they worked better as a group than those foursome. I think that's fair. We certainly noticed them a little more tonight. Marcus at Lake Toba. Great to hear the old and not so old Grandstand team again. Nice to hear from you, Marcus, as well off the SMS. From Kim and Latrobe. Absolute magic hearing the G roaring once more. Top shelf footy commentary. Cheers from Kim. And from Riley, this surface is a disgrace. So many slipping. So Riley hot out of the gates off the SMS 0437 774 774.
It will certainly be a talking point over the course of the weekend. We were marvelling about how good the scoring was. This one's from Sir Swamp Thing, who we love on Twitter. The highest scores at halftime of the first match as reigning VFL/AFL premiers. The Cats, that effort then, the third highest of all time with 73 points. The equal top, Mick, I'll let you guess who the equal top was.
First game?
No, you should know this.
First
game as reigning premiers with 81 points on the scoreboard at half-time of round one the following year.
2011?
Very good, Corbs. Your boys went to town. Who'd you play then?
I must have been unconscious. That's all I could say. So tell me, who did we play?
I don't know who you played. It just says you. It was the 2011 Pies with 81. Also the 1985 Bombers with 81 points.
The
can't remember who you
scoring.
played?
No, I know. The big scoring clubs, though, when you look back through, and my mind just goes straight away to Geelong up in Brisbane, or Gold Coast, or what it would have been at the time. Hawthorn are a massive scoring side. Yep. Essendon during a certain era, they just, but it was smaller grounds and 12 sides. VFL, in many respects.
Yep.
Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling, our grandstand AFL experts. Tim Hodges Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Corbin, good news for the Cats. Sam De Koning and Tyson Stengel, who both went down to the rooms in that second term, are both starting out there in the third term. Tom Stewart is hobbling slower and slower every time we see him. The crowd just under 90,000, so around 89,000 here at the MCG.
Cameron winning it in the air and then winning it at a ground level and kicking to the outer side. The southern side, it spills away of McCreery, who wheels back, handballs into Pendlebury to Adams, had to wait for it to bounce and then was tackled by Stanley, got the handball away to McCreery, to Pendles, to McCreery, keeps it low, it's marked right on the goal line, right place, right time is McStay.
Two things from that. McCreery, great run, follow up, but Taylor Adams so strong through the hips. He should have been tackled to ground by the bigger Stanley. Didn't. Got the handball off. Sets up this shot at goal.
Only a few metres out. Oh, it's hit the post. He did the side snap in the right forward pocket on the left boot. And it cannons straight into that goal post. Basically flicked back over his head.
I know you put players back on ground, but certainly a couple of Geelong players look really sore at this moment.
Tui on the kick out, kicked the first 2 goals of the night. I'm not sure too many people would have thought that had happened as he finds Ollie Henry. The former Magpie at half-back has been involved already tonight. Jeremy Howe goes for a ride, can't come down with the footy. Stanley for the Cats, gives it to Rowan, tackled, lost it. Great tackle, Noble. Pack forms around Murphy and Holmes in front of the interchange gates. Holmes scoops it out. Side bottom there for Collingwood. Kicks it down the line. Bobby Hill with the ride. Almost took it on the way down, can't complete the mark. And now a tackle by Zach Guthrie and a ball up just in front of us beneath the members. Gee, that would have been a hell of a hang. Bobby Hill just tried to defy gravity and sit on the shoulders for an eternity of Zach Guthrie. Couldn't quite take it on the way down.
Just watching a replay of it here, that would have been mark of the year if he'd taken it. We've seen everything tonight as Noble slides over the boundary line right in front of the interchange gates, right in front of where Tim Hodges is sitting. Hodgie.
Tom Hawkins is another one we've sort of glossed over. He had that right shin, came off the ground, had the right shin heavily strapped. He does look proppy as well, as Mick was saying before.
So Cats by 12 points. Boundary throw in right in front of the benches here on the broadcast wing. Stanley can't win it in the air. And it hits ground level. They all pile in.
When young players get injured, De Koning's injured. He knows he's injured and he's doing everything he can to test his knee. He's just got to take that. If he's on the ground, those medical people believe he can stay out there, so he's just got to get over it.
Swatted it down to Dangerfield, who couldn't bend down low to pick it up with Nick Dacos right on his hammer. Tried to toe poke it and it landed about 20 rows back out of bounds on the full.
Strange decision again by Dangerfield to kick that one off the ground when he was heading straight to the boundary.
So Nick Dacos. We heard earlier Mick Malthouse thinks he'll win the Brownlow medal this year. He's kicked backwards here to Noble. And then another lead by Nick Dacos, but instead he goes over Nick's head and Noble's able to hit up side bottom. Dangerfield, the man on the mark. He's got this right on the boundary line near the Cats bench.
Should have been Darcy Cameron free kick.
Yep, free kick in the ruck. Well, between the two ruckmen. Stanley holding him back so Darcy Cameron couldn't take the mark. takes the free, gives it off to Nick Dacos. Good running, and then he hits up to Goey. So slow on the build-up. De Goey putting out their left hand, going, let's just slow it down. And now he's pointing, saying, I'm going long. I'm going to the hot spot. Radagalius tries to swat it down over the top. Once again, they pile in. Jamie Elliott tries to jump out at the back of the pack, but Zach Guthrie was all over him. So it'll be tossed up right in front of the Pies goal, where the Cats lead by 12 points.
Up it goes, Cameron and Stanley. Cameron got it down. Adams trying to get a kick away, smothered. Atkins wins it for Geelong. Holmes by hand to O'Connor. Feeds it to Izzy Smith off the back flank. Kicks down the wing. Ollie Henry, the juggled mark. Got it on the third attempt. And the cheers just mixed in with the jeers as Henry goes down the line. And Blitzarfs takes the mark in front of Moore, so swung around, kicks to Stengel. Oh, big hit. How in the other direction, like Harbrow and Lewis all those years ago, from other directions, colliding into one another at centre-half forward for the Cats. And both of them are hurt. Both Stengel and Howe are down on the turf. There's been a free kick awarded in the forward pocket for the Cats, but there are two bodies laid out at centre-half forward for Geelong at the punt road end. And that is something you'd never like to see.
Well, he's in real trouble too, Corbin.
Both coming from other directions.
Well, Howe decided to leave his man, didn't he, Lingy? And committed to closing late, and Stengel was backing back, coming in different directions.
Yeah, Stengel had just got forward, was free. The kick hung up in the air, and you're right, Howe had to go and went hard, and two players totally committed to the footy. So courageous, but so awful to see it happen.
So Stengel walking off with the doctor, and the stretcher has now been called for Jeremy Howe. Tim Hodges, what does it look like from ground level?
Well, I tell you, the other one is Taylor Adams has just limped to the bench. He's got strapping on his left leg. He's just with the physio walking around the bench, around the boundary. He doesn't look comfortable at all. Tyson Stengel is heading back down to the rooms for the second time. He's no good as well. And obviously Jeremy Howe, the stretcher, is out there, and that doesn't look at all good.
So I think Stengel's gone off because of the concussions.
Yeah, so Stengel will get a head injury assessment.
So is he going to go 20 minutes now, Lingy?
Yeah, they will check him first. If he is deemed that he then needs to take that assessment, they'll do the 20 minutes, Mick. You're right.
I've just got the binoculars here on Jeremy Howe. There was a real sense of urgency just to get, I don't know the medical term, but get the pain medication straight into him. He's sucking on that pain medication at the moment, and both the legs are jittering around as in he's just in so much pain. So he's conscious. He did grab at the left shoulder when he was down.
So it's Taylor Adams' foot. He's kicked the ball but missed, but was smothered, so he would have kicked someone's shin or perhaps foot. So it's not his leg that's been taped, it's the right foot that's in trouble with Taylor Adams. Stengel would say it's concussion, and Jeremy Howe is in real trouble.
He's got the green whistle, so that's not good at all for Jeremy Howe. That heavy collision at centre-half forward, and as a result the television networks haven't even replayed the incident as yet. Reef McInnes is the Medi-sub. He's running up and down on the boundary line. So he's the sub for Collingwood.
He's conscious. I just wonder whether, because he's in so much pain, if it's upper body.
Yeah, if I had to guess, and I hesitate to do it, I'd say an arm.
Yes.
Yeah. Looks an arm.
Yeah, right. And because the legs are fine. The legs are moving and the legs are jittering, and as then he's just in so much pain still.
We haven't seen the replay again, as mentioned, but is there any chance it could be something rib or...
No, just on getting online and finding the TV network covering it has said we're not going to show you the vision again, but we think he's broken his arm.
Yeah, right. It looked when you first looked at him, it looked like it was out of place.
Well, that's you never want to say that at any time, and that is a really sour moment where we've had a couple of injuries already tonight. We've had a spectacular game of footy, and now what looks like a serious arm injury for Jeremy Howe on the ground at the moment, and the Medicab's just come out to meet him as well. He's been surrounded by medical professionals at centre-half forward at the punt road end of the ground as almost 90,000 people watch on.
And that's a decision that the the executive producer of the broadcast mates, Cameron Lang, isn't it?
Yep.
When they have seen the replay, the first thing you're thinking is that there's family watching.
Exactly, because
there's parents, his wife, and that watching. If it, remember all those years ago when Nathan Brown broke his leg, and it was just terrific, the replays.
As
There's
a
just no
fan,
worth. It's not worth putting it out there.
No, you immediately your reaction is, show me the replay. But then a decision like that needs to be made, because you're right. There are people at home watching who would just be distraught.
It's very rare they do that, though. There's been some horrific injuries, and they constantly show it.
I think they've got better as time's
thankfully
gone by.
they have. Thankfully.
Just about every Collingwood player on the ground has ran over to the Medicab as Jeremy Howe's about to make his way off and gave him a little pat, as did, by the way, Jeremy Cameron, who just came over to have a chat to Howe as well. They've had so many battles over the years, and Collingwood vice-captain Jeremy Howe, unfortunately, he's off the ground with a suspected arm injury. He's got the green whistle with the morphine to try and numb some of the pain, and he looks in a whole lot of pain as he makes his way off with the doctor riding with him on the Medicab. And Jeremy Howe's night is done in the third quarter here. Now, while all that went on after that heavy collision with Stengel at centre-half forward, Maynard socketed the ball inadvertently out of bounds. So as a result, there's a free kick for Geelong in the forward pocket. And it's going to be taken by Isaac Smith. Now, he's on the right side for a left footer, so he'll get the opportunity to try and kick one here from the right forward pocket. But this is Jeremy Howe making his way off, and the roars the applause more so from the city end of the ground and the Collingwood cheer squad as Howe disappears down the race.
Gee, these players are brave, Corbs. He had to commit totally to that, knowing there was going to be contact. He didn't know he was going to break his arm, but he knew something was going to happen. He went without hesitation. So did Stengel as well. So brave.
That Maynard, I've just got the replay, the Maynard soccer out of bounds, so it was about 40 metres backwards. Smith, after the long delay, he stayed warm. He snaps it across the body and through for a goal. Geelong lead it by 18 points. And Isaac Smith, who's had so many wonderful moments on this ground, gives the Cats fans a chance to cheer. But I think the ground's a little shocked, and some of the air's been taken out of the balloon after that serious injury for Jeremy Howe. Geelong to 13-1. They've kicked straight. Collingwood 9-7. 16 scoring shots to 14, and yet it's Geelong who lead it by 18 points. 11 played in the third term.
Well, you can't underestimate the importance of key backs. I know they've had their injuries, both Stewart and Howe now, so it's only talking about the injuries, but it's talking more about their absence. In their absence, it was quite remarkable, that stint for about 5 or 6 minutes at Geelong. They virtually gave up a couple of goals through undisciplined play. Be interesting now how they react without Howe, Collingwood.
So centre bounce, Smith tackled. To number 7, Josh Dacos tackling Izzy Smith.
Sorry, Kel. Maynard now has gone to Cameron, obviously to replace Howe there. So Maynard's so good at playing it on all sorts of forwards.
Dacos handballs under pressure to Pendlebury, who handballs out wide to Crisp, gets a handball away just in time before he's tackled. It's flicked down there though by Tui, and then knocked on by Ollie Henry, only as far as Darcy Moore, who centres the kick, and still Sidebottom's got it at centre half back. So what can the Pies set up here? Handballs over the top to Murphy, onto the pump goes up. High kick, Radically closing late, soccers it in the Tim Hodges direction over the Cats boundary line, right in front of the Cats bench. Hodgie.
I nearly got a touch there, Kel. Obviously the sub has been made for Collingwood with Jeremy Howe out. Reef McInnes comes into the game. Tom Stewart is back from the rooms, fully showered. He's got the big structural assistance on his right leg, so some really important scans on those that right knee will take place in the next 48 hours or so.
Thanks, Hodgie, for the boundary throw inside. Bottom hurried kick forward, and Radically again putting his fist through it. Out of bounds, 70 out from the Collingwood goal.
Mick, I want you to keep an eye on these Collingwood stoppages. Look where Jordan De Goey is starting. So forward side, they've done it so well all night. Just released him to a really dangerous part of these stoppages.
The boundary throw in, Cameron palms it down. Tom Mitchell, hand pass away to Nick Dacos for the Magpies. Hand pass to Sidebottom, running against the boundary line, 60 out, kicks back to the corridor to De Goey, who stands there with the Elephants coming behind him and takes the mark. 40 out directly in front.
Well, all I say is, the player ran with him and then mysteriously just stopped, looked at him go behind him, and then took 5 steps forward. I mean, if you're going to carry on as a defender and play on a play, you're playing it right through the whole play, not just some of it.
Jordan De Goey moves in.
Poked at it.
He's dropped, punt, squeezes it through. Both teams trade a goal to start the third term. It's 14 minutes old, but a lot of that time due to the delay to get Jeremy Howe off the ground after the collision with Tyson Stengel. And just on the replay, he grabbed at the left arm between the shoulder and the elbow. Landed with his arm extended and the full body weight on it. So that's the injury for Jeremy Howe. A goal for Jordan De Goey, back to a 12-point game. Geelong lead at 14 gone in the third.
3-time premiership player Cameron Ling sitting behind me predicted that. Have you got some sort of sixth sense or something? You said, Mick, watch at this stoppage. He's getting goal side.
Yep.
And then he just slowly crept
just
back.
Drifts into
and
it.
Still side bottom hit him up, and he was just in a little secret spot of space there.
And they use the fact that, as Mick said, players play a formation, Geelong players there, and no one really takes responsibility for that player drifting forward. And when you're as good as De Goey, you can really hurt the opposition.
So Collingwood won it down to Tom Mitchell, but then he lost hold of it, and the kick comes from the Cats towards half forward. Maynard charges out. His kick, good juggling mark taken by Cameron, who wants to bring it back inboard to De Goey. De Goey getting a little sidestep, and he's able to hit up his teammate in Crisp. Crisp to the top of the goal square. Radicalea reads this well. In better position than his direct opponent, McStay. So short goes Radicalea. This is Buse. In the back pocket. Down the line he goes towards Ollie Henry, who dropped it at the last minute. Some pressure coming from Murphy. No, it's a push in the back. It'll be a free kick to Henry.
Collingwood fans giving him some advice on the wing.
They're out of their seats.
All night.
They're hanging over the fence and they're pointing. I'm not lip reading. Ollie Henry stabs the pass to Cam Guthrie, who marks in front of Jeremy Cameron. Cameron a long way from home, so Guthrie's got it. They're really flirting with the boundary line on the outer side in front of the Shane Warne stand. Short and long like a dart to Dangerfield.
They've slowed it down, Geelong. Collingwood are going quick, Geelong are going slow.
Short, off a step casually, hits up Myers.
I'm not sure he's got the distance from here. Collingwood defenders got to stay really alert. The midfielder's back in the hole to stop that little Tom Hawkins lead or Jeremy Cameron lead.
No dreads from Myers, and he pulls the kick late, short, straight to Nick Dacos, who read it beautifully. He just chopped off the long run and long lead from Jeremy Cameron.
You got to know your opponent. That was stayed alert the whole time. Just cut that one off beautifully.
So Josh Dacos with his cutting kick to Tom Mitchell. How have you seen him for the first half of his footy life with the Pies, guys?
Really solid, doing what he does best, which is in and under. Just working under the ruckman's feet, getting that first possession or being in there.
Kicking long to a contest, 2-on-2. Myercheck too strong in that contest. Brings it back inboard. So after the first half was helter-skelter, full speed, this is just slow and steady by both teams. Bit of cat and mouse. Maynard now goes long right on the 50, where rising high was McStay. The leaper in the pack judged it best, and then he kicks to Crisp, who's got it at centre-half forward, so it's a slow build-up.
Gee, if he does the run around and can get that extra metre or two, he's nearly got the distance from here, Crisp. Beautiful kick. He's not going to do it, though.
Instead, he's just going to poke it to the hot spot. Radicalea's there. They fly. Myercheck couldn't get it. Had a fingertip on it, and it's actually fisted over for a minor score. So Collingwood 10-8-68. Geelong 13-1-79. And we've gone 17 minutes in this third term.
Isaac Smith with the kick-out duties, as he has done for most of the night. Kicks one, shocker, bouncing away to centre-half forward. Misses Jeremy Cameron. Mitchell collects, goes top of the goal square, and it's punched through for a rush behind. Gee, they were queuing up in the goal square, the Collingwood players. And yet Radicalea got a fist on it, and it was 2 metres away from Bobby Hill, standing right in front of the goal umpire. through for a minor score, 10-9 to 13-1. So it's Geelong by 10, 18 gone third term.
I'm wondering whether the backline coach of Geelong has had a talk to Radley at half-time, because he has done nothing but perfection. He is marked when he's in front and he's destroyed when he's behind. He's been terrific this quarter.
Connor on the kick in, Blitz halves with the mark, gives their hands off to Holmes. They're going quicker this time. Kicks towards Ollie Henry, couldn't take it. Stolen by Dacos, that's Nick Dacos. Kicks to Pendlebury, who's in space. Too far out to score. Squares it from one side of the 50 to the other to side bottom. The two veterans combined. Handballs over to Noble, who stabs it in the direction of Myercheck, but Bobby Hill's too quick. He darts in front of Myercheck, and Brody puts his hands up and says, "You can take it. You're the new boy in town and you know how to kick some goals." So Bobby Hill will line up, 45-degree angle, only 25 metres out.
A lot of free players there, Lingy. A lot of free Collingwood players. He had a choice of two directly in front of him, one to the left and one to the right. Geelong are really all over the shop at the moment.
So there's feel-good stories right across the ground tonight, but Bobby Hill in his first game for the Pies, diagnosed with testicular cancer in May last year. He had surgery and spent rest of the year recovering. Lining up for his second at the G with his new club, and he is fired up, Bobby. And they're back within 4 points. The Never Say Die Pies are still alive in 2023, given what they did last year. 11-9-75 Collingwood, Geelong 13-1-79. 20 minutes gone in the third term.
Mick, you said it. Collingwood had 3 options inside 50 there alone. Bobby Hill, in the end, was the one who accepted it. They're dominating the possession in this quarter. They're finding targets, and they've got options forward of the footy. Now, it's not completely translating on the scoreboard and flowing yet, but it feels like it might, given how much Collingwood are in control of this third term.
Well, it's 7-2 inside 50s. As I said earlier, it's only a matter of time before those numbers start to spring in and become scores and puts the opposition under enormous pressure, which is happening.
Pies 6 more scoring shots. Geelong lead the game by 4. Time on in this third term. It's going to be a long one with the injury. From the restart, G. Noble had it. Took too long. Close got him. The chase down tackle, free kick, Brad Close. Geelong with some go forward. Out in the Hawkins direction. Murphy puts his fist through it. Myers at the drop though, still inside 50. Hand pass away. Out in front of Atkins. He's tackled. It was too high from Quain Orr. Got him over the shoulder, and a free kick for Geelong in the forward pocket. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Tyson Stengel back from the rooms for the Cats, so he was under observation. He didn't have to do a concussion test, so he's okay to come back on the ground, back from the rooms and ready to return.
This is going to be 50 as well, so this will make a certainty of it for Tom Atkins. I think there was a little bit said there after that, and the umpire wasn't copying any of it. So Tom Atkins, what a final quarter he had against the Pies the last time they met. And no doubter from the top of the goal square, pops it through. Geelong back out by double digits. The reigning premiers by 10, 14-1-85. Collingwood 11-9-75. Time on third term. Hodgie.
Paramedics, Tyson Stengel will return to the field, guys. The paramedics who just sit beside me on the bench have gone down to the Collingwood rooms. Once Jeremy Howe is comfortable, they'll be taking him to the hospital, probably the Epworth, just up the road for scans and x-rays on that arm injury.
It was a mid-air collision, and Jeremy Howe got airborne, not for the first time in his career, but so high he was out of control, and he came down heavily on his left arm, left shoulder. A suspected fracture in there somewhere. So all our thoughts and best wishes with Jeremy Howe as he makes his way to the hospital for scans. He is looking at some time on the bench. Cats lead it by 10 points. Hurried kick out of the centre, and the foot race is on. Who can get there first? Buse leads Elliott to it. Buse happy to see it over.
I know they're all different kinds of injuries, but is it disconcerting as a player when guys are going down all over the place for various injuries and you're part of the game?
You don't notice.
No, it's funny the mindset when you're out there.
I'd be thinking, gee, am I next? It feels like everyone's going down.
No, sometimes you just go, okay, we know he went off, right? Because it's been obvious who's gone off there, but not really.
And you kind of have to feel that way, Corbs. You have to feel almost bulletproof.
Yeah.
You throw your body in there and you think, I'll be right.
There's a boundary throw in on the outer side. Mason Cox gives away the free. Blitzovs accept it. Runs around the player on the mark. Penetrating kick towards Hawkins. Had to beat a couple, including Darcy Moore, who's on all fours. Fires up the handball. It's stolen by Hawkins. Parfitt's involved. Back to Hawkins. It was too slick for Holmes. Now Close. Close gives it back to Atkins on his left. How did Jeremy Cameron get all by himself at the top of the goal square?
But look even further than that,
there's three there, Cal.
Zach Tui.
Going to wheel around onto his left. He'll never kick an easier goal than that, Jeremy Cameron. And he's got his second for the night, and they skip out to a 16-point lead, Geelong. 15-1-91, Collingwood 11-9-75. We've got still plenty of time.
Just keep defying the way they play, Geelong, because they're making every post a winner. But the remarkable thing about the goals we've seen just of recent time, they're talking like, Corb, you said, what's the best game you've seen? Yes, it is. Right now, though, this third quarter has been anything but that. Yes, it's close and big crowd and this sort of stuff, but the ease of which forwards are finding themselves in behind their backs is quite remarkable. In fact, it's sort of like, as a former defender, it's a bit sickening.
You know, it's tactical, though. I think both teams have got the licence. Run forward and create, as strange as this may sound, an outnumber in our forward lines. To have more forwards and mids arriving than they've got backs.
So back to 16 points, Geelong's way, and they get another break out of the middle. Here's Tom Atkins, who kicks it inside 50. Cameron flies from the back, no mark. Unkind bounce for Quaynor. Here's Parfitt at the drop. He's gang tackled. Quaynor and Maynard have got him and a ball up. 30 out from the Geelong goal.
It was Guthrie, Jeremy Cameron and Tyson Stengel who were all going to get that goal in that last one. But it's happening down the other end as well.
Oh, that's right. It's both sides are guilty of... I just think you've still got to have a system in place where you can cover forwards.
I think when they're flying down and getting excess numbers forward, if there's a turnover, of course, it's going to lead to excess numbers down the other end of the ground. That's why we're getting the scoring.
From the ball up, Hawkins knocks it out of play. So second attempt, boundary throw in, another stoppage. Hawkins again down to Josh Dacos. Kick smothered. Ricochets out of bounds. Little 1%er there for Hawkins after doing the ruck work, and now a bit of push and shove as well.
Parfitt's right in the middle of that, and Parfitt's put Adams down. Meanwhile, the ball comes flying back in, whizzing back in. Dangerfield's tackle to the turf in a fierce tackle.
That's how you lay a tackle. Who was that?
Yeah,
McCreary?
that was McCreary. Yeah. Guess who?
Just give it to him too.
So flick back up again, Close. Whizzing a boy around is this ball. Dangerfield's involved. Cameron back to Stanley. He's 55 metres out. He launches. He launches long, but he launches offline.
Oh, it was a free kick.
Right on the goal line.
Who are they going to... Oh, yeah.
Guess who? Ollie Henry. Now, hang on. There's not a player on the mark. Yes, there is now.
There's three on the mark.
Yeah. Look at them lining up because Henry just has to off a step. On the left, umpire says no.
Oh, they're going to give him another go, and he missed it, Cal.
We're going to bring it back.
Oh, it's 50.
And it's 50. The drama.
Oh, no.
You don't see this much drama in an entire season, let alone a game.
Look at the smile on his face, too. Don't do that.
Ollie Henry, third goal from the goal line, and this time the celebration is just a little cooler than the first goal he kicked there tonight when he put his hands up to his ears. And that's his second, in fact. He should have kicked three before Darcy Moore tackled him in the goal square.
You're spot on, Kel.
Oh, there's so many things I've got to say about that, Mick. Was that even a free kick to start with, or maybe high contact?
No, it wasn't a free kick to start with. That's when you've got four umpires, they've got to get paid on number of possessions, do they?
And then...
Or number of decisions.
He had the shot at goal. It definitely missed. The goal umpire was signalling a point. But something happened. 50 paid. Gets another go. Pops it through.
Craig McRae's just as bemused as we are, Lingy.
Yeah, we're confused and bemused, but all you need to know out there is the Cats lead it by 22 points.
Which is incredible.
And what do we got? 7 minutes to play before three-quarter time.
5 inside 50s, 4 goals.
New game high, 3 in a row for the Cats. So big moment here for Collingwood as Atkins in the middle, hands it to Cam Guthrie, kicks to Stengel, who gets himself to the drop and marks 49 out. He'll take his best effort. He wanted to hit up Hawkins.
That should be play on.
Yeah, I'm with you, Nick.
Because the bloke at the mark, he's stuck. If you attempt to play on, call play on and give the bloke at the mark at least some chance on the game. Otherwise, he's just like a lamppost.
So Stengel is not comfortable with the distance here. He'll have to kick it 53, 54 metres. Cats by 22. They're all Australian small forward. He arcs out to the right, looking for the extra distance. It's a good effort, but it'll land in the goal square, whacked out of bounds. And so no score. Off hands, it's out of play. Forward pocket for Geelong. Punt right end, Cats by 22.
I've noticed both teams lining up with that player out of the protected zone, but ready to come in and stop that run around. Both really disciplined teams. Well prepared.
So still deep in Geelong's attacking zone, although it's flicked back in and the hurried kick from Josh Dacos sends it out and then punching it forward with Stanley. Was it deliberate?
God.
It was deliberate, 20 metres away. He just punched it in the air.
That is trying to punch it into a forward line to create a dangerous ball. That's not a defender punching that out.
No, and the forward was a metre off it. He only just missed it.
So Nick Dacos was the closest player. He takes it at half-back, kicks it up to a pack. Comes off the hands of Jeremy Cameron to Atkins. The kick was smothered and now Pendlebury pounces. Bounces it into the centre of the ground. Handball from Adams, always winning the hard ball off to side bottom. Off to Bobby Hill, who's got some speed. He could have gone from home. Instead, he goes to Myercheck, who marks right at the top of the goal square. Unselfish from Bobby.
Brilliant, Bobby. Absolutely brilliant vision and great execution. Taylor Adams again, though, Nick. Strength through the hips to get that handball. Good. Scintillating play.
Myercheck. This is looking for his second tonight, and he curls that around. And they will not go away, these Pies. They've launched comeback after comeback. Geelong get a little 3 or 4 goal run on, out to about 20, 22 points, and the Pies are able to just wheel it in every single time. And it's back to 16 points. Collingwood 12-9-81, trail the Cats 16-1-97.
And take what you're saying there, Kel. How many times last year did the Pies in season, not finals, I think, was it 8 or 9 times where they've come back in the last quarter, win under a goal or thereabouts? So this game's not dead by any stretch of the imagination. And the Cats have got that much pride. I don't reckon they're playing great football, but Geelong are hanging in there and making every post a winner when it goes in their forward line.
What momentum swings are massive. Why are we seeing such big momentum swings here?
Oh, because they're all offensive. I just can't believe how many forwards have got in behind the backs. I mean, there's another one. Myercheck was 20 metres in front of Radaglia.
Mason Cox back in the middle, wins the hit out. Stanley scrapping for it, becomes the Shepherd, or Laser Shepherd in the end, of the advantage of Myers. Got it to Atkins, hand pass forward. Free kick. What's happened here?
I think it was a downfield.
Right.
Corbs. I think Tom Atkins thrown to ground after he disposed of it. It's going to be a small downfield.
Stanley's going to get it about, one hand pass forward. He swings it wide to Smith. Looks inside 50. That is like a laser. Onto the chest of Gary Rowan. And at his full limit, he takes the mark and then loses his footing as he is at full stretch to hang on to it. But what a kick from Isaac Smith.
Good lead though by Rowan too. Found the space.
4 different occasions the Cats have got it beyond 20 points. But 22 their biggest lead. He chips into the pocket for Hawkins, who never sleeps inside that forward 50. And as everyone was getting ready for a Rowan long-range set shot, Hawkins presents in the pocket and marks. He's about 30 out.
Running around.
Left forward pocket. Opens up on his preferred right boot. Hawkins got it a little skinny. Misses near side. Cats by 17 points. 33 played third term. It'll be a long quarter after Jeremy Howe unfortunately subbed out and stretched it off with a suspected serious arm injury earlier in the quarter.
Pies kick mark to Quaynat. Out of defence, they go around the southern side. McCreery can't take a mark because of pressure applied by Close. Noble goes in, wins the hard ball, but his handball can't find Dacos. Dacos wins a free. It's against Cam Guthrie. He doesn't like the call.
Disposal number 27 coming up for Nick Dacos.
Still playing mainly across halfback. Wants to bring it inboard, needed to be precise, and of course it is, to Jamie Elliott. Marks in front of Stengel. He swings up from one side to the other. Elliott hitting up more. Here goes Darcy in full flight. Can he find someone inside 50? Brilliant score, spoiled by Blitzards. Goes back the way of the Pies, and the hurry kick finds Hill. Bobby, you beauty! Bobby kicks it right in front of the Pies cheer squad for his third of the night. He has electrified this crowd. And they're back within 11 points. 13-9-87 Collingwood, Geelong 16-2-98.
Doing what good small forwards should do. He provided a bit of an option out wide when the ball was being transferred down. But the moment it was kicked central, just snuck around the back of all the defenders, and they didn't realise he was there. And the kick came out to him, kept himself in the game. Really well done.
Scotty Pendlebury got the ball to him. I'm pretty sure it was him. Yeah, he's just a smart player. Just looking at the columns of going up and down for the goals, what you said, Kel, you know, it's 3 and 4 up and 3 and 4 down, 2 or 3 up, 2 or 3 down. There's no one is dominating long enough to have the security of this game.
4 lead changes, but all in the first half. And Collingwood with the momentum at the moment. McCreary out of the middle, hand pass to Goey, kicks goalward, running back Zach Guthrie takes the mark. In front of the behind post, last line of defence. One of the 19 premiership players out there from the side last year, Zach Guthrie. Kicks to half back. McStay punches it away, but there's a free kick for a high tackle.
Shepherd, I think.
Oh, it's going Geelong's way. Everybody stands and looks at each other. It's a free kick for Stanley. Free kick counts 17-16. Collingwood +1. What's that? 33 already tonight before three-quarter time. Stanley high bomb down the wing. They all miss it. Slips through to Hawkins in front of the interchange. Hand pass to Dangerfield. Puts on the Jets. Quaynor. Last minute desperate tackle. Forces the ball back into the pack. Cam Guthrie collects. Gives it back to Dangerfield. Hand pass to Hawkins. Short kick. Jeremy Cameron marks. Between wing and half forward. Looks into the pocket for close. Kicks it over his head and Noble's back. Takes the intercept mark. Back pocket for Collingwood. Geelong by 11 points in the late going third term.
Lucky because Stengel was by himself in the goal square. So here go the Pies on the build-up. Pendlebury.
Oh, got Adams in the middle. Great kick.
Look at the understanding. Adams takes the mark. Wants to run and go. Got McCreary out wide. 70 out from goalie marks. Looking left, looking right. He goes long and strong. Where's Bobby? Right in front of him, spoiling Bobby's moment, is Reef McInnes, the sub.
But again, it was that kick into the middle of the ground to Adams. Caught everybody out from Geelong. The Collingwood forwards have got forward hard again. Options galore there.
So McInnes in the right forward pocket. On his left, he's put it through. The substitute has an impact. And it's a 5-point ball game, ladies and gentlemen. Geelong 16-2-98. Collingwood 14-9-93. We don't want this contest to end. The good news is we've got another quarter to go. A minute before the three-quarter time siren.
10 goal kickers each. It's just an amazing game. It's up goes the ladder again. Geelong got it. Collingwood have dragged it back down again to under that one goal. 16-2, 18 shots to 23. It's just an amazing game given, well, as I said before, how defensively minded they generally are. It's all changed.
It's amazing. Just Scotty Pendlebury, game number 359, still having some crucial moments.
Cats by 5 points, 37 minutes into the third term. McInnes with a goal, first kick of the night. Holmes out of the middle, hand pass to Jeremy Cameron. Kicks wide to Honor Stengel, running out of room, taps it in front of Murphy, taps it out of play. And a boundary throw in, 35 out from the Cats goal. So 4 different occasions Geelong have got it to 20 points. And Collingwood have pegged their way back on every occasion, but they haven't led since the 8-minute mark of the second quarter. It's been Geelong from that point on after 4 early lead changes. For the restart, Hoskin Elliott soccers out of the defensive arc. McCreary and Cam Guthrie bang bodies and the ball spills out of play. 60 out from the Geelong goal. Injuries for Tom Stewart and Jeremy Howe, both subbed out. Tom Stewart in the first quarter with a suspected medial, so a knee injury. And Jeremy Howe looks like a serious arm injury. Unfortunately, stretched it off on the Medicab and had the green whistle on his way off from the boundary throw-in. It spills to Isaac Smith, drives it deep, top of the goal square. Moore just edges out Henry to take the mark. The new Collingwood skipper, last line of defence, 42 years after his father, Brownlow medalist Peter Moore, captain Collingwood. Darcy leads the team in 2023. Long kick out to half-back, but it's Cameron with the intercept. Floating through, just majestic in the air, rips it down. 60 from home, the placement. Puts it inside 50 to Close, who marks. With 20 seconds left in this third quarter, he's got it 40 out.
He wheeled on that left foot, shaped to go really long, top of the goal square, and just pulled it late.
I don't reckon even Close knew it was coming to him, you know, because he turned, all of a sudden the ball was on him.
He led the last kick of the quarter. Right on the bell for three-quarter time. Brad Close hammers his drop punt, but he's pulled it a little too much to the left. And behind. Takes Geelong to 16-3-99. Collingwood 14-9-93. Boy, have we had a game already. A high-scoring, seesawing affair. Geelong protecting a 6-point lead at three-quarter time on Grandstand AFL. What a start to the season for both these teams on the first Friday night of the year. There are a bunch of multiple goal kickers for Geelong. Zach Tui has 2. He kicked the first 2 of the game, which seems like an age ago. Jeremy Cameron with a couple. Stengel's got 2. Rowan 2. Hawkins a couple. And Oliver Henry in his first game in his new colours. And then singles for Smith, Holmes, Atkins and Dangerfield. It's the 16 goals for Geelong. For Collingwood, Bobby Hill, first game for his new team. He's got 3. Myercheck and Cox both have 2. And then singles for DeGoey, Mitchell, Pendlebury, McStay, Adams, Reef, McInnes, the Medi sub, and Bo McCreary has the other. It is three-quarter time at the MCG. What a game we've witnessed so far. ABC Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital, and now streaming through the ABC Listen app for the first time in 2023. Look out for the AFL button throughout the season. This is Grandstand AFL.
Hello, I'm Patrick Stack, and if you like great stories and you enjoy sport, then I reckon you need ABC Sport Daily in your life.
It felt good to be fast, but I'm only fast on the track. So once I leave the track, I tend to walk slow and do everything slow. So it's a totally different.
Winning that first one is still the first one, and there's nothing like the first time.
Look, I don't virtue signal at all, Patrick.
Fins up and dream big.
It's a daily sports conversation, and it's called ABC Sport Daily. Find us on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
And Blitzarves takes the mark in front of Moore, so swung around, kicks to Stengel. Oh, big hit. How in the other direction like Harbrow and Lewis all those years ago. And both of them are hurt. Both Stengel and Howe are down on the turf.
See, these players are great, Corbs. He had to commit totally to that, knowing there was going to be contact. He went without hesitation.
Smith, after the long delay, he stayed warm. He snaps it across the body and through for a goal. Running against the boundary line, 60 out, kicks back to the corridor to DeGoey. Jordan DeGoey moves in. He's drop punt, squeezes it through. Both teams trade a goal to start the third term.
Close gives it back to Atkins on his left. How did Jeremy Cameron get all by himself at the top of the goal square? Going to wheel around onto his left. He'll never kick an easier goal than that, Jeremy Cameron. He's 55 metres out. He launches long, but he launches offline.
Oh, it's a free kick.
Right on the goal line. Get through, Ollie Henry. Off a step, on the left. Umpire says no.
Missed it, Cal. Oh, it's 50.
And it's 50. The drama.
Oh, no.
Look at the smile on his face.
Ollie Henry, third goal from the the goal line, and this time the celebration, brilliant spoil by Blitzers, goes back the way of the Pies, and the hurry kick finds Hill. Bobby, you beauty!
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
What a game it's been so far. High-scoring affair. 99 plays 93. It is Geelong who lead it by 6 points. They've led, by the way, since the 8-minute mark of the second quarter. Off the SMS at 7 a.m. in Brazil, and I'm glued to the ABC call of this fantastic game. Keep up the great work. Go Pies. And from Tony and Glenelg as well, great to hear your footy call. It's nice to hear from you as well, Tony. 0437 774 774 is the SMS number. We're also streaming this year through the ABC Listen app. So if you're sort of in the garden, or probably not at this time, but in the shed, or you have to get out of the car and go and do something else, and you think, gee, I just want to keep listening to the footy, you can take us with you wherever you go. The ABC Listen app, it is available through the App Store. Whatever smartphone that you've got, you can listen at any time. So that's available for you in season 2023 for the first time. One goal between them at three-quarter time. What a night it's been. Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse.
Well, what we've seen, Corbs, I think you asked us before the game if we could only pick one team to finish in the top four, and we both sat on the fence and said that coin that we tossed sat on right on its edge. There's a reason for that, because both these teams are excellent football teams. Really well organised. They are super skilled, really good power runners, but also smart runners. They run to some great positions.
Absolutely.
Forward lines look dangerous. Yes, I think both defences would prefer to be better organised, but Geelong lost Tom Stewart early, then Collingwood lose Jeremy Howe, two of the most important defenders for each team. So it isn't going to be quite as organised, and there are options there. But this game is just going to go right down to the wire, because even if there's a bit of a lead for one team, the other team's scoring so easily.
Yeah. Lingy, the thing that I would be, if you're going to improve on this game, as it's fantastic, but if either side look at it and they go, it's okay to be offensive minded, and maybe like we've now scored Collingwood 14 goals 9. Okay, Cats, we've scored 16-3. Why has the opposition been able to score that much? Because we've been a little bit freelance in terms of when we've got the football all of a sudden. It's not a matter of all running. It's got to be players in front can run. I'm going to now drop back. 3 or 4 of our backline players have got to drop back to cover that quick transfer if the ball gets turned over. And I feel that I'd love to count up the goals that were scored from turnovers, and forwards actually outnumbered the backline players. I think that's probably the most remarkable game I've seen for a long time, where the choice of 3 or 4 players v one defender.
Yep. Pick your poison then, isn't it? Just go to whoever you want.
Yeah. Collingwood footy boss has just mentioned that it is a fracture of the arm for Jeremy Howe. So he was subbed out of the game. He was on the morphine on the green whistle. Graham Wright telling the host broadcaster moments ago he's been sent for scans, but the fear is there's a fracture in the forearm for Jeremy Howe. Subbed out of the game early in that third quarter. Crooked bounce to start the last from the restart. Free kick for Collingwood. Tom Mitchell and his jumper tug, so he gets the first centre break at the final turn, kicks to centre half forward, Radicalier flying through, spills to Stanley, hand pass, a turnover to Crisp, puts the Jets on, chips it to DeGoey.
And that's a result we've been talking about, Mick, of disorganised backlines. No Tom Stewart down the other end, it's no Jeremy Howe for Collingwood. Reece Stanley goes back fast to try and cover for no Stewart. It was a wild handball to no one. Collingwood get a turnover, and then 3 Pies players could have taken that mark.
Yep. Their box office star, Jordan DeGoey, pops it through for his second.
Can have a little look, Corbs.
The goal umpire ran a long way to his right, and he wants to just check whether it clipped the post on the way through. Gee, it was a must-have for Collingwood. He was 15 out, virtually straight in front. And Jordan DeGoey's given a thumbs up to his teammates further up the field to say, look, it was all okay. They want to make sure in the arc. There's no light on Snicko. This will be a goal. And how appropriate. A minute and a half into the final term. And we'll start again. Scores will be level. Full points for DeGoey. Collingwood to 15-9. Geelong a 16-3. 99 points apiece. Early stages, final term on Grandstand AFL.
And that came about by a free kick to Mitchell because Paddy Dangerfield didn't have the body strength and then tugged at his jumper, and that's what the turnover was. So we are seeing Paddy being challenged today.
He's having the 17 disposals, Mick, but
they're not a very effective.
Not the usual impact that Patrick Dangerfield has had. Kicked a goal.
Look, he might have started late too, so that's what I say. Players like him with that age, his best football may be mid-year going forward from there.
The umpire's been struggling with the bounce a little bit tonight. That's a better one. And here comes Dangerfield charging out. He took a few of them on, including Tom Mitchell, who tackled him. Got the handball into space. Pouncing on it was Bruin, but it's all hard here for the Cats. And Collingwood just gritting the teeth. Incredible last year what they were able to do in all those close games. Continue to fight back and fight back. Cameron wins it down to Mitchell, who gives it to Josh Dacos to Noble, back to Josh Dacos. They're going backwards. Across half-back, they've got it. It's stolen by Blitzards. He can fire it off to Parfitt. His handball's gone straight to Quaynor, who runs it over the line.
I was amazed at Tom Atkins. He's just such a terror when he grips hold of you. You're not going to get away. He just took Cameron on then and just dragged him down. Big man.
Boundary throw in. Cameron lets it hit him on the way down in a tangle with Blitzards. Spills to close. Hand pass and turnover. Chris for Collingwood. Hand pass to Quaynor. Kicks across the ground. Race on. Buse and Elliott running out after it. Buse will get there first. Hand pass away for Geelong. Goes back to Smith. Gives it back to Buse. They work their way through outnumbered. Kicks down to Cameron at half forward. Moore across the front. Knocks it out of bounds.
Great help by Darcy Moore. Jeremy Cameron had done the good body work on Murphy. Read it well. He's probably going to take an uncontested mark if it wasn't for the skipper, Darcy Moore. Terrific play.
How do you get the ball on? That Buse's pace was just fantastic.
Spinning ball back in. Cameron down to Chris, but sits for him. Handball over the top to Pendlebury. Wants to go back inboard to Cameron. Had to get rid of it quickly, and now it's a 50-50. Picked up by Parfitt. The look-away handball. Myers does well. Beats side bottom to it. Handball's out wide where Stengel's got a bit of space, and he just tries to arc that back. And it's gone over the boundary line, right across the face. I think he was going for goal, a little banana. Doesn't quite hit the Sharon sweetly. So a boundary throw in, still deep in the Cats attacking 50. Hawkins in the ruck. Cameron gets there, first man. Up to Josh Dacos. His handball almost came undone. It came back into his lap, and this time he makes sure of it, and his kick finds Bobby Hill on the chest.
He regularly reads that play from that ruck work, Dacos.
Oh, yes, that's 50. Hill drags Zach Tui over the mark. He faked one way and Tui fell for it. And so Bobby Hill with a 50. Yeah, it is a very long 50.
Yeah, but if no one's coming to the mark.
He's trying to run around another player on the mark. He's been cheeky, Bobby Hill. He gives it off to Dacos. Dacos' kick, though, it comes unstuck. And Pendlebury follows up with a tackle on Zach Tui.
Well done by Bobby Hill. He was allowed to take as many metres as he liked there because no Geelong player was going to the mark.
Scores level, 6 minutes into the final term. Up it goes. Stanley palms it down. Centre half back for Geelong, but straight to Josh Dacos. Hand pass inside 50. Hill onto it. Tackled by Dangerfield. Ball comes out. His hand pass ends up with Atkins. Atkins goes short and wide for Geelong. To Parfitt almost ran into his teammate Myers. And he spills it out of play. A throw in half forward for Collingwood. Pies coming home to the punt road end. 99 points apiece, 6 minutes played, final quarter. Grandstand AFL, ABC Radio, News Radio and Sport Digital. And for the first time in 2023, streaming through the ABC Listen app.
Flick back in, the way of Josh Dacos. It beats the ruckman. He throws it on the boot. Ratugolea with the spoil. Ratugolea flicks it out to De Goey. De Goey off to Mitchell. Mitchell! Somehow he gets beat to ball. goals are. And the Brownlow medalist has got 2 in his first game for the Pies. Collingwood is in front by 6 points. 16-9, 105. Geelong 16-3, 99. And these Pies fans know all about close finishes. They won 7 games by a goal or less last year. They lost 2 games by a goal or less. They've got their nose in front. Can they hold on for the next 17 minutes? Mick Malthouse and Cameron Lang on Grandstand AFL.
Well, they're wearing them down.
Yeah, but great front and square method there by Collingwood. You saw Geelong players were the old beast of the honeypot. Got in really close. Collingwood had the outer ring
in or out
covered. Got a little handball out there. Tom Mitchell popped it through. Terrific play.
First time for a while they've been in front too, the Pies, I think.
Pictures of the Collingwood rooms and just a little kiss between Jeremy Howe and his wife as he's still in the medical cart about to make his way into the back of the ambulance, but is on the morphine. The footy's back underway in the middle. There's a free kick for a heavy tackle. Tui was caught by Pendlebury, and a free kick to the former skipper, the game's record holder at Collingwood at centre-half forward. So Howe tapped out of the game and off to hospital, but his team have come roaring back from 20-plus down on 4 occasions. Magpies by 6, 8 played in the last. Pendlebury to the top of the goal square. They all fly for it. Spills to Radicalea. Hand pass out to Cam Guthrie. Close to the boundary line, and McSay shuts him out of bounds. A throw in forward pocket for the Pies. Collingwood by 6. 16-9 to 16-3. And we've had 5 lead changes tonight.
90-odd thousand on the edge of their seat. Wonderful scenes here at the MCG as it's flicked back in. It's a free kick. It's going the way of Geelong. So Stanley wins the free kick. An infringement in the ruck contest at the boundary throw-in. And he's got it deep in defence at the punt road end. Little undecided, bangs up long. Ollie Henry comes late but can't take the mark over Cameron.
It's been good tonight.
Darcy Cameron
really
outstretched arms. Carry that ruck load with no Brodie Grundy. Peeling off around behind him was Nick Dacos. He gives the handball. Nick Dacos goes long towards Myercheck, right up against the boundary line. And Reece Stanley plays defender and thumps it over.
I think we've got about 2-1 behind the balls. The first, they've evened off. I know they've still got numbers. Collingwood got a very good setup at the moment outside the back 50.
Another boundary throw in this time. Stanley goes at it with both hands. It spits out the back to Blitzarves, who gives the handball off to Holmes. It was a high kick. Sits for Moore. Moore wants it. Oh, how brilliant was that? Hoskin Elliott flicked it up to Moore. Moore's kick was a tumbler, and it lands in the lap of O'Connor. And it's the Pies by 6 points.
And I don't think Geelong's midfield, Mick, is at risk at the moment of exploiting that. And they're going to cut it off again, the Pies.
Oh, O'Connor went away to Stanley, tried to hit up Blitzarves on the wing. No clean mark. Tui put his head over it. Side bottom slides in. Pack forms around and ball up on the wing.
The Geelong mids, Mick, Brandon Parfitt only the 4 disposals. Cam Guthrie struggled to find the footy, 13 or 14 touches. So they don't have that real drive through the midfielders. Collingwood can take advantage of it.
Collingwood by 6, 11 played, final turn from the restart. Holmes bangs it forward, straight to Maynard. Takes the intercept mark for Collingwood, back the other way, kicks out in the wing for Sidebottom, feeds it forward to his mate Pendlebury, the 2 old-timers for Collingwood, kicks inside the forward arc. Oh, Radicalea leaping up like a forward, takes a big strong mark over McStay and DeConey. Maybe copped one on the eye on the way down. He marks in the back pocket for Geelong and his new role in defence. 11 played, final turn, Collingwood by a goal.
Then he kicks to a contest right in front of the interchange gates. Dangerfield launched in from the side. It's picked up by Ollie Henry. Gives it off to Holmes. Off to Stanley. Stanley kicks around the body. It's a beauty to Stengel, who marks on his chest. Wheels around. Needs to be pinpoint. Wasn't quite. Murphy got there, chopped it off. He falls on the ground. They fall on top of him. He wins a free kick because the tackle was too high. Lost his headband.
I've got a feeling Jeremy Cameron's playing a bit too deep for the way Geelong are playing, he probably has to come out now to true half forward between there and centre of the ground, Lingy, because their mids aren't working as hard as
not
Collingwood.
breaking the lines, are they?
No, they're not.
So Murphy kicked towards Mason Cox, who was caught out of position, and it allowed Gary Rowan to float in front of the interchange gates. Take an uncontested mark in the end. He's just going to bomb it long. Shallow entry inside 50, off hands close, tackled by side bottom. Sharon stuck right in the middle of the two of them, and it won't be coming out. It's a ball up 45 metres out from Geelong's goal.
I reckon Hawkins has been out there a lot longer than what they would have liked as well. He just seems to be really dragging in the air.
Collingwood by 6, 12 plate final term. Cox gets rid of Hawkins, wins the tap. Still no clean pickup though at the bottom of the stoppage as Mitchell eventually got it out to Crisp. Kicks down the boundary line. One bounce out of play in front of the Collingwood bench. Pies by 6. They trailed by as many as 22. The 51-minute mark of that third quarter, but they've now kicked 5 unanswered goals.
This is the position on the ground where they used DeGoey really effectively.
He's at the stoppage. Boundary throw in. Both rucks miss it. Nick Dacos swats it down to brother Josh. Hand pass into centre square for Noble. Noble links up with McCreary. Here he is, Lingy. DeGoey grabs it. Feeds a hand pass out wide to side bottom. He chips it further wide, and Bobby Hill has been excellent with 3 goals on club debut. Takes the mark. 60 out at right half forward.
What's he going to do? He's going to stab it low. It was lethal. Radicalea was brilliant from behind. Got the fist to it. Now another tackle. That's applied by Mitchell. Comes out the way of McCreary. It's a high ball. It won't go the distance. Good fister. Spoil in there from De Koning. But it spills the way of McInnes. The substitute. McInnes has kicked his second after being activated when Jeremy Howe was stretched off the ground. And Reef McInnes has 2 kicks for 2 goals, and now 6 in a row for the Pies in their biggest lead of the night. It's Collingwood by 12 points with 12 minutes remaining. 17-9, 111. Geelong 16-3, 99.
It was a brilliant spoil by Radicalea, and then it looked like the Cats were going to clear it, but some terrific pressure by the Pies. DeGoey stands strong in the tackle. They're able to scramble it forward and find a goal. Great play. I tell you what, I reckon Craig McRae has just gone back to his old Richmond notes and worked out Peak Dusty, the exact role that they played for him, they're now using for DeGoey.
Absolutely.
Forward of the centre, stoppages. It's almost, it goes into a little no man's land. Does a defender cover you or a mid? And he gets it.
6 in a row after being behind by a game high 22. Collingwood by 12 points, 15 played in the final term. And from the restart, we got another ball up. Up it goes a second time. Free kick. Over the shoulder. Blitz halfway. Hand pass away to Cam Guthrie. Kicks it to centre half forward. Moore was involved in the marking contest. There's a free kick for chopping the arms. It's going to Darcy Moore. So he'll get it.
He's had some big moments, Moore. The most high-profile one was the tackle on Ollie Henry, but he stood up strong, covered the ground when his teams needed him. Great kick here.
Centre half back for Collingwood. Long driving kick out the wing for Bobby Hill, who marks still in the defensive half. Measures his drop punt. Hits up McStay. Southern boundary line. Dangerous kick. Comes back in the corridor. Hits Tom Mitchell. Another new arrival, all 3 of them combined. Swings it across the ground at Maynard. Logo broadcast wing. Heads out wide for Hoskin Elliott. Marks 60 out left half forward. Crowded forward 50. Pies by 12 points with all the momentum. He goes short. And Nick Dacos just waving traffic. Telling somebody to come at him. Still 60 out. Wide against the boundary line. He just lays it up to the hot spot. McInnes flies. Radicalea there reaching for it. Adams had it, lost it. Adams becomes tackler on Dangerfield. I don't know how he got that out. McStay hand pass back into congestion. Atkins tackled by Cox. Huge tackle from the Collingwood big man. And a ball up 35 metres out from the Collingwood goal. Pies surging. They lead it by 12 points. Final term, 17 travel.
So a goal here from the Pies would make it 7 in a row and make it really tough. Cox to DeGoey. A little pirouette by Crisp. And he's offline. Quick snap by Jack Crisp. And it could have just about been the final nail. It's not to be. It's Collingwood by 13 points. We've still got 10 minutes to play.
Yeah, it just makes me wonder, Cal, whether they've really got anything left in them. Geelong, they just seem to be really just like a sluggish champion up against the ropes at the moment.
And waiting just for the long kick down the line, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here's Izzy Smith. He goes long to a contest on the wing. Hoskin Elliott trying to punch it to the boundary line. Collingwood recover it. Crisp. Hand pass to Noble. Sold to Dummy. Gives it back to Nick Dacos. Sweeping hand pass forward to Crisp. Arches the back. Takes on Atkins. Hand pass away to McStay. To Nick Dacos. Through the maze. Feeds it to McStay. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Flying McInnes. Falls down. McCreery. McCreery walks it in. Bangs it up into the third deck. And the Collingwood wave continues. 7 straight goals for the Magpies. They lead it by 19 points. And they are finishing all over the top of the reigning premiers. 18-10, 118. Geelong goalless in the final term. 16-3-99. 18 gone, final quarter. McCreery with a couple.
Almost double the number of disposals in this quarter for the Pies. Absolutely dominating. Inside 50s, 11-3. That's led to those 4 goals to 0. And again, it's been those great ball users, strong runners through the middle of the ground and found the footy. Jack Crisp is dominating this quarter. Josh Dacos has found the footy. Tom Mitchell's not one of those big runners, but he's finding the footy a little bit through there. And then DeGoey and Nick Dacos as well. Exact players that you would like to be getting the ball to get your team over the line in this last quarter. They are finding it for Collingwood.
On the other side, Lingy, you can't find a Geelong player anywhere near it.
Leading disposal winner for the Cats this quarter is Reece Stanley, which is not what you want.
Another tough bounce, so it's thrown up this time by the umpire. Dangerfield does well, gets it to Atkins. He's handballed it close. Hospital handball. Myers comes in, gives it to Atkins. Was he taking a high play on, says the umpire. And across half back, the Pies pounce. Elliott with the kick away. McCreery stole it from his Collingwood opponent. Gives it off to Noble. It's 2-on-2 inside 50. Can anyone mark it? Radicalea goes back with the flight. Bounces off his chest. He's tackled by McInnes over the boundary line. There's a few new cold heroes in town in 2023 for the Magpie Army. McInnes might be up there. The sub who's come on and kicked a couple. And also Bobby Hill with 3 tonight in his first for the Pies. Deep in attacking 50 for Collingwood. Boundary throw in. Cameron. Only as far as Atkins for the Cats. Hip and shoulder was good. Hoskin Elliott wanted it more. Spins around. Radicalea's there. Spoil will land in the goal square. Tui's there. Tui's got the time to assess and he flicks it wide and the mark by Bruin.
So Bruin at half-back. Now it's Geelong who have to try and respond. Collingwood on 4 occasions came from 20 points down to wipe off significant deficits. Can Geelong come again? The long kick down the wing. Cameron the target. Punched away by Moore and out of play. So a throw in on that southern wing. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, just a nice moment here. The Magpies have elected to go a physio down to send one of their physios off in the ambulance with Jeremy Howe, just so he had someone familiar with him. So just a nice touch in such a crazy, frantic final few minutes for that to happen.
Thanks, Hodgie. Suspected serious arm injury for Jeremy Howe early in the third quarter from the boundary throw-in. Ollie Henry rides a bump from side bottom on the way through. The ball slips out of bounds a little closer to the Geelong goal and we'll have a throw-in. 70 around. The Cats coming home to the city end. They haven't kicked a goal since the 28-minute mark of that third quarter. In the meantime, Collingwood have kicked the last 7 at the other end. Bobby Hill got it on the bounce, got it out to Pendlebury, hand pass to DeGoey, again a stoppage win for Collingwood, hand pass away to Elliott, goes back to side bottom, kicks along the boundary line, Hill again who's made good ground, got a hand on it on the way through but not in time. The ball had already crossed the boundary, it's out on the full. Geelong to take it, and Isaac Smith on the wing.
With a long kick to centre half forward, the spoil came from Darcy Moore to Hoskin Elliott to Noble on the outside of the boot is brilliant. Frees McCreery. McCreery's got Mason Cox, who even gets on his bike, Big Mason. Marks uncontested. A couple of kicks out from goal. Kicks towards the edge of the square. McInnes is there, up against the boundary line, and he's tripped. Surely umpire legged. It'll be a free kick.
See, the umpire wasn't going to pay that, Cal. The umpire watched that. I reckon one of the umpires, they are mic'd up, they communicate with each other. Someone has said that needs to be paid, and so it should have, as you called.
So Reef McInnes, who heading into tonight's game when he was named a sub, the fifth man on the bench, had played 6 games and kicked 3 goals, 4. So 3 goals in his career, 6 games. He's in the left forward pocket at the punt road end to kick his 3rd in not even half a game of footy. Oh, he's hit the post. 20 points the margin. Pies lead it. 9 minutes to play. 7 minutes to play.
And a 42-point swing.
If the scores were reversed right now, you'd think Collingwood have got the run and could do things to come over the top. Geelong just don't even look like it, but here's their only chance.
Tui with a barrel straight down the middle. Henry marks, hand pass away to Bruin, tumbles a kick down to half forward. Cameron the target. Collingwood with the numbers, knock it out of play. Nice bit of work from Murphy to lend a hand. And a boundary throw in half forward for the Cats. Murphy and Moore cover some ground well. Just scramble, both athletic, get to the right spot. 86,595 the roll-up. 86,595. They've been treated to a tremendous game of footy as Cameron goes with the hit out straight down to Tom Mitchell, kicks down the wing. McInnes just knocks it forward for Collingwood. Bobby Hill there, but outnumbered. Zach Guthrie for the Cats to DeConey, who hurt his knee earlier in the night but continued on. Hand pass to Atkins, kicks down the boundary line. It is a block as Brian Myers tried to hold out Big Darcy Cameron, and the Collingwood big man will get the free kick on the southern wing. We're now 24 minutes into this final term. The Cats still goalless in it. In fact, they're scoreless in this final quarter. Collingwood by 20, having kicked the last 7 goals.
And they've got possession as well. So through Cameron there, Ruckman goes down the line. Mason Cox marks, not paid. He had 2 grabs of it. Yes, it has been paid. The umpire says that's enough. And he marks in front of Radigalia.
Yeah, Radigalia, he's been very good and sometimes very poor. He's still learning the trade, we know that. It needs to be a bit more consistent as a backline player.
Mason Cox, 2 big contested marks, 2 goals for him tonight. He's 70-odd metres out. He goes into that right forward pocket. Oh, Henry! Ollie Henry with a specky up the back of a former teammate. In Cameron, I think it was. That is a wonderful leap. Problem is a lot of the Cats fans are leaving because they're trailing and he's done it down the defensive end. So here they go. Geelong moving it forward, looking for Cameron, who was the meat in the sandwich. Going without the ball was Guthrie, and a free kick going the Pies' way. It'll go to John Noble across half-back. So 175,000 they've had at the G over the last 2 nights. Not quite, maybe Corbin as many as Ed Sheeran. Nearly.
Hoping for 400 and a bit thousand to break the all-time round 1 record set back in 2017. That's a good down payment on it.
Mick, did you go to... You live not too far from here. Did you walk over and watch Ed Sheeran?
No, I didn't. I do like some of his music.
You're about the only person in Melbourne who didn't go.
Well, if the Beatles were one, I would have gone. Does that show my age?
From the ball up on the outer wing, Geelong win it. Atkins hand pass back to DeConey. Snaps a kick down the wing. Cameron the target, knocked away from him by Noble. Side bottom had it, lost it. Spills to Pendlebury. Sockers it to Nick Dacos. Hand pass to Noble. Kicks down the boundary line and Cox takes the mark.
They've got a spare number forward here, Collingwood. They've managed that outnumber. McInnes screaming for it. He's not going to be able to get it there yet.
In the red time, the final 5 minutes. So Cox holds it up a bit and then kicks to a contest at half forward. Stanley comes up with it for the Cats, half back. Hand pass to Holmes. He gives it to Bruin. Kicks back down the southern wing. Turnover. Noble pumps it back inside 50, but didn't quite hit it, a drop punt, and it floats through to Zach Guthrie. Takes the intercept mark, centre-half back for Geelong.
So they only trail by 20 points. There's less than 5 to play. There's still plenty of time, but not with kicks like that off the boot of Tui, because Moore flying through with that blonde mullet and the headband. Takes the mark, takes off, kicks to McCreary, who hits up to Goey right on 50. He turns his back on his teammates. He points to the goals and he says, I'm going to have a shot from here. 45-degree angle. I'm going to see if I can kick it from 53 metres.
I was going to ask Corbin, has there been a side that's kicked over 100 points and lost? But I don't know whether Geelong are going to get to 100 points.
Not if Darcy Moore can keep doing that. Just coming off his opponent, cutting it off easily.
The former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that. He raises both arms in the air. He turns and looks up to the top tier at the MCG. De Goey's booted 3. Pandemonium, delirium. The Pies are going to knock the reigning premier off their perch in the season opener. 19-11, 125. 16-3, 99. The margin is 26 points in front of 86,595.
He's been excellent all night, Jordan De Goey, but Craig McRae and the coaches are using him beautifully in the role that they've worked on clearly all summer to maximise his output. But now, you saw Darcy Moore there, Mick. That was just total confidence. Geelong's midfield's not going to run it through. I can come off my opponent, I can help and cut it off.
8 in a row now for the Magpies from the restart. Blitz halves has it and he's locked up straight away.
I know it's only early days for Geelong, but that midfield has got a bit of a worry.
To go, his 3 goals all coming after half-time from the ball up. Cam Guthrie, first disposal, kicks out wide to Buse. He marks high half forward, puts it out in front of Hawkins, can't get to it, slides past he and Moore and out of play. And a throw in 40 out from the Geelong goal. So next week, the Cats have a short break, so 6 days. They're on Thursday night footy. It's another big one here at the MCG. Carlton, fresh off the draw for the Cats next Thursday night. Boundary throw-in. Cameron palms it down for Collingwood. Straight to Crisp. Kick chopped off by Cameron. Bangs it deep inside 50. Rowan flying for it. No mark. Falls to close. Kick smothered. Noble comes up with it. He's tackled. Umpire lets them roll. Still 30 out from the Geelong goal. Still no clean take. Hawkins' hand pass ends up with Pendlebury. He's tackled. G. Henry bumped front on. He's going to get the free. Oh, advantage applied as Myers hurriedly shoots goalward. Gee, I'm not sure that was the advantage they would have been hoping for, and it's a behind. It gets them to 100. Their first score of the quarter comes at the 30-minute mark. The reigning premiers 16-4, 100. Collingwood 19-11, 125.
It's not going to affect the result of the game. But that's where the umpire's got to have common sense and say there's 86,000 people making a lot of noise. It's a big pack of people. Maybe a player didn't quite hear the whistle, pull that one back and let a set shot take place.
Oh, big, huge fly there by Zach Guthrie, right on the broadcast wing. And the umpire's blowing his whistle again. Play will stop.
Well, that's the first time I've seen the fourth umpire actually come into effect, because that was clearly...
So Atkins receives the free kick off to Cameron. Strolls across the midfield. A little unsure what to do, and then he flicks it wider still by his left boot. He goes to Holmes. And looks for Hawkins. Hawkins marks, this time in front of Darcy Moore. They'll have a set shot. It's a Geelong home game, this one, but there are a lot of Cats fans packing up, streaming up the aisles, heading home, getting on the highway early. Margin's 25 points. There's a minute 40 left on the clock. Chance for Tom Hawkins. He's in that left forward pocket. He's usually a sharp shooter, but he pushes this across the face, right in front of that Collingwood cheer squad that enjoyed every moment of that kick. Margin 24 points, final minute and a bit. And the Sherrin is in the hands of the brand new Pie skipper, Darcy Moore. In that goal square, he's got his hand on his hip, assessing his options.
Darcy Moore bangs it long to a contest. Darcy Cameron involved there. No mark, though. Hits the deck. Still scrapping for it. And eventually Geelong get it out through Dangerfield. Hands at the Blitzards, kicks inside 50. Myers knocks it to Rowan. Slick hands to Close against the boundary line. Tight angle, shoots goalward, misses. Thumps into the padding on the post. 3 behinds in the final quarter, Geelong. That's all they've got to show for it. Collingwood by 23. 32 travelled in the last.
Cats by 3 points at quarter time, by 13 at half time, by 6 at 3/4 time. They've been in quicksand in this last final term as Moore kicks in long and strong. Down off hands to Hoskin Elliott, who just bangs it into space. Tui will swoop. He's got a defensive side of the northern wing. Look to go inboard. Now he'll go long down the line where the big fly is Stanley. Here's Dangerfield putting his body on the line. Collides in there with the Collingwood player. And it comes out the back to Noble. Mitchell was the name I was trying to think of. Tom Mitchell. Looks different in the black and white. Still the Cats go. And another mark inside 50. A strong one. There's a big collision there. Pendlebury really making Myers earn it. And Myers will have a set shot directly in front. 19 seconds left on the clock. He's not going to muck around Myers. Can he put it through and bring it back to 17 points? No, he can't. He misses. And that should be it. 22 points the margin. 9 seconds to go on the clock.
Noble steps outside the goal square, just bangs it long in the McStay direction at half-back. Spills through to Mitchell. He feeds it to Josh Dacos. And the Pies take down the Premiers to start their season. They look the same plucky version of themselves under Craig McRae in year 2. In a game which wouldn't look out of place at the other end of the season. Collingwood by 22.
They stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the Americas are shouting as all Americas shout. All the premierships are cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
On 4 separate occasions, Geelong had it out beyond 20 points, and on every occasion, Collingwood pegged them back. There were 5 lead changes in the night, and then they finished with an absolute rush. They kicked the last 8 goals of the game. They held the reigning premiers goalless in the final term. It was Geelong by 3 at quarter time, by 13 at the half. The Cats by 6 at 3/4 time, and then Collingwood by 22 in the finish in front of 86,500 at the G.
Good old Collingwood forever. They know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades shout. Oh, the premierships are cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
High scoring, shifts in momentum, a massive stage, a huge crowd to match the occasion, serious injuries, a pantomime subplot involving a young former player against his old mob in enemy territory. It was a night which had a bit of everything, the first Friday night of the season, in which is footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday night footy, and we got a treat. First up, 2 of the best teams in the game, Collingwood by 22, full-time over Geelong on ABC Sport, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
We certainly did get a treat, Corbs. It was a terrific game of footy, and Collingwood were just superb, Mick. They
absolutely.
Geelong at different times throughout the night relied on some real efficiency to score and kicked accurately, and I think at one stage in the third term it was 5 inside 50s, 4 goals. So they relied on that, but Collingwood over the course of the night were better. They had to fix a couple of things up defensively when Jeremy Howe went down. They did that really well in the last quarter. And their run and their ability for their midfield and running half-backs to get dangerous and cover the ground, break the lines and get quick, dangerous inside 50s was really impressive. Nick Dacos, you spoke about him pre-game, 35 touches, superb performance. But then you got Josh, had 27 touches. Scotty Pendlebury had some big moments when the game was on the line, 27. Jordan De Go, 25 touches, 3 goals. Jack Crisp, 22. Tom Mitchell, 21. All the players through the middle part of the ground or running off half-back that you want the ball in their hands.
Yeah.
They got the ball and they impacted the game.
Isn't it amazing how... Look, I thought personally that the game couldn't have gone any other way when you look at the stats. Geelong taking full toll, but the increase in the number of inside 50s, Collingwood were then holding the ball in there, plus the right players were getting it. So I think we probably all thought midway through early third quarter that this is going to go probably to Collingwood. I know we always say the last year's grand final or premiers are always going to be the hardest to beat because everyone's, they're hunted and so forth. Dangerfield had the most possessions for Geelong, and yet really it was quite a poor game. But I think, in fairness to him, with his age, accepting responsibility of captaincy, he will probably need part of this first part of the year to get better. But right down the other end, Parfitt, he's a very, very good footballer. And he was on the ground at a time when Stewart left, which was, I think, end of the first quarter or thereabouts. And he's a midfielder from last year that was the player that was, to me, was the go-to for the hard ball, reliable around about the 20 possession, not much more than 25 at the best. He's ended up with zero
kicks, five
hand passes in a game that was basically won and lost by the mids.
Yep.
Because there was so much around the middle of the ground. Because Collingwood was 62 and Geelong with 46 entrances. It seems a lot, but it's not. I mean, yes, Collingwood, you'd like to have 62 every week and you're going to dominate the game. 62, by the way, for 30 shots on goal. So they're going just under 50%, which is around about right. But the game was played basically in the middle of the ground. Too many Geelong players who Geelong relied on last year just weren't there.
No.
And then they had to rely on those efficiency aspects on their forward line. But I was amazed how many times they got caught out in front of the ball and Collingwood got goals over the back.
And Collingwood, the way they did it was probably the most impressive thing, with some subtle changes to last year. It was still the same sort of game style at different times, but really fast and that powerful running through the middle. Taylor Adams playing predominantly as a forward. He had 15 touches. You wouldn't say that's what he'd normally have. You can hear that chant. They're pretty happy, Collingwood fans, right now. But so many of Taylor Adams' possessions were won in the forward 50 or let's say the forward 70.
Yeah.
And little ones where he took the ball, he was tackled by a bigger opponent. The ball should have either been held in or coughed up. Instead, strong through the hips, little handball. Those running Pies players get onto it, they get a goal out of it.
Yeah.
So that was a terrific move. Scotty Pendlebury used predominantly outside the centre square, but still in really important moments went in there, had a massive impact, found the footy, little clever touches here and there. The way they used Nick and Josh Dacos, wing, half-back, maybe midfield for little bits, it just really worked the structure, and then they could all play to their strengths. And the Jordan De Goey thing I touched on throughout the night, they did that perfectly too.
Yeah. The three players who they introduced to the team, Mitchell, you say, where were they last year?
11 clearances.
11 clearances.
We'll come back to you, Mick, on more of that, but it's Geelong's first loss since round 9 last season, breaking a run of 16 in a row. Into the winners' rooms with Tim Hodges, the Pies by 22.
It's a very, very happy rooms. Jeremy Howe has gone to hospital, so he's not here. We will speak to Braden Maynard very shortly. Interested observer in the rooms is David Noble, the former North Melbourne coach. He's the chief executive of a supercar team now. Dick Johnson Racing is here to see his son John. So Mason Cox will be the last of the Magpies to join the group, and they will belt this out a very, very happy bunch. The new boys in the middle, Mitchell, McStay and Bobby Hill. We go very quiet here at the Pies, and away we go. It's a happy rooms. Braden Maynard will join us very soon. I'm fascinated to ask him about Jeremy Howe. Howe's like a big brother to him, so just love a penny for his thoughts on what happened when he was stretched off the ground. He'll join us as soon as we're able to, guys.
Thanks, Hodgie. We'll get back to you soon. So 19-11-125. Collingwood beat Geelong 16-7-103. The Cats' first loss since round 9 last year ends a 16-game winning sequence, including obviously last year's grand final. The Cats led by 22 points late in the third term before Collingwood kicked the last 8 goals of the game.
You were just talking, Mick, about the players that Collingwood brought into that team that got so close to making it to the grand final, going down in the prelim to the Swans. Bobby Hill was superb, wasn't he?
Well, the thing I liked about Bobby Hill, he just didn't plant himself in the forward pocket. He was up on the wing, using his pace, using his ball getting power. He only had 8 and 2, but for all intents and purposes, if you didn't look at stats, you looked at him in the game. He was in the game. He wasn't locked in. McStay early days was all over the shop, but he had some good. He had a good opponent. But when he was needed, he took the pressure off Myercheck. So all of a sudden you've got multiple goals again.
So they found 3 goals between them, Myercheck and McStay, but often they were the ones fighting and really making that strong contest to bring the ball to ground and give the small forwards a chance.
If I can just throw in Mitchell there too. I was wondering how Mitchell was going to operate here. But when you look at 11 clearances, that's where they would probably needed just to be a little bit better last year. Well, they're a lot better now.
Pies win by 22. Braden Maynard's ready for us. He's with Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
We appreciate Braden coming straight over to us. What do you say about that? That was some sort of night at the office in night 1, wasn't it?
Mate, that was unbelievable. Pretty much, I don't want to say complete performance because it's early on, but we played some seriously good footy tonight. And, we went into the fourth quarter. Were we down? I think we might have been down, but put the foot on the accelerator and there we go. We love being in that position. And it's a credit to the boys. Unfortunately, Howie with his injury, but the performance we put in tonight, it's a credit to us.
I hope it's not a stupid question. I mean, we all know it's only round 1, but did it feel like a final? Like just, it's unfair. It's almost there's only 4 points there for you.
Absolutely it did. And coming up against the reigning premiers, we knew it was going to be tough. But like I said, our fight, our determination, and our will to win, it's definitely the best I've seen. And it comes with a big off season and pre-season. It's a credit to us for putting the work in. So it was great.
I'll let the boys upstairs talk about the footy. Can I just ask you about Jeremy Howe? He's like I think he's like a big brother to you, isn't he? Like, what was that like for you personally and for the team when you saw him go down and it was such a long wait?
It's pretty devastating. He's pretty much like a father figure down there for all of us boys. He's one of the older boys, and for him to go down like that, I didn't realise the extent of the injury, but when I went over there, I saw the bone out of the arm. So it's very disappointing, and I'm actually pretty devastated because he finds himself sometimes getting injured and having long stints out of the game, and he's such a vital player for us. So hopefully he's back bigger and stronger.
Did you see the contest? He gets very, very high. That's about as high as I think he's ever been.
Yes, far out. I actually did see it. He came from about 40 metres deep, and I was thinking, what is this bloke doing? But that's what we teach. That's what we do. We come forward, and he was just playing the system. And as I said, it's devastating for him to go out like that. I love the bastard, and I hope he gets well.
We love having you for a few minutes. I'll send you upstairs. We've got Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Braden, well done on the game. Fantastic. I mean, it was an incredible game to watch. Can you talk us through... You asked the question, were you down at three-quarter time? Yes, you were by 6 points. And it felt like Geelong were just able to score and just stay ahead. But did you sense throughout, especially the third quarter, that you had them? It seemed like you guys were more dangerous. You run and you power through the middle of the ground.
Absolutely. I don't want to sound too cocky and get ahead of ourselves, but we came in at half-time and we had complete control of that game, and we put in a shitload of work with our head of fitness. We're feeling fit. We're ready to go, and we're pretty much primed, and it just shows you that going into any quarter, but in particular the fourth, the boys are feeling fresh, and we have a big emphasis on body language going into the fourth quarter, and it really helps us. So I feel like we were dominant pretty much the whole game, and it clearly showed going to the fourth quarter. We were able to run over the top of them.
A lot of special moments in that game from a Pies perspective, but I get a sense Collingwood fans have got one of a new favourite perhaps in Bobby Hill. He was so good tonight, wasn't he?
How good was he, mate? Unbelievable. And our other inclusions, Big Mac, Daniel McStay, Bobby Hill, all the boys that have come in, and especially shout out to Darcy Moore, new captain. The work that he's put in with the group, it's a credit to all of us. We've been working hard, we've been training hard, but the new recruits have come in and they're absolutely flying. It's exactly what we needed to inject into our team, and we've got what we wanted, and it clearly showed tonight.
Braden, congratulations, a fantastic result. Now I keep hearing you say you're super fit.
Yeah.
I've been talking to a lot of coaches and players from various clubs, and they all some bemoan the fact that with the Players Association demands on players having so many days off. Did you guys meet as one, or did you meet with little groups? And who set the agenda pre-Christmas? Because it just looked like, up here in this box, we all thought that you guys would probably overrun Geelong the way the game was going. And that's nothing against Geelong, because they are a champion team.
Absolutely. I mean, the work, it didn't actually start in pre-season. We had a really big focus in coming into pre-season really fit, and then we can go from there. So we had a lot of training sessions where the boys met up in the off-season and, got to work at some local footy grounds. And, we came in feeling really fit and ready to go. So, like I've said, it's a credit to us putting in the work before actually getting to pre-season, which is the hardest part. So we got into pre-season, boys were, fit and firing. So, mate, I'm really excited to see what we can do this year because we are absolutely flying. I know it's only round one. I don't want to get too cocky, but we were really, really good tonight.
Okay, Kelly Underwood has said about your jumper, you've just changed your number.
Yes, absolutely.
Come on, tell us why.
So pretty much when I got drafted, so number 4 is the number I've always played in junior footy. It's my favourite number. And it was absolutely a dream of mine to play in number 4 for Collingwood if I ever did get the opportunity. And I mean, I went in, I was 37, and I always said the only number I would ever change for is number 4. And under certain circumstances with Brodie leaving, I was able to take it. So
you're behind the move.
Exactly right. I love being in number 4. It's taken my mum and my family a little bit to get used to it, but they'll get used to it, and I love the number so much.
Yeah, well done.
Took me a while to get used to it, calling you out there as well, Brad. Hey, one from me.
Yep.
Ollie Henry seemed to love the attention early on, and then your new captain made a pretty remarkable tackle in that goal square. Can you, we know that you like a little bit of, verbal stoush and whatnot. Did you come close to Ollie Henry out there at all, and any exchanges you can share with us on radio?
I mean, we didn't want to focus too much on Ollie in particular. He obviously wanted to leave us, and we wanted to make sure that he made the wrong decision. So every time we got to him tonight, we let him know about it, and I feel like we did it in the right way. There's a bit of a scuffle at quarter time, but mate, it's all love and much love and much respect to the big fella. He's playing really well, and obviously he wanted to head back home. So it's a credit to him. He's playing really good football. He's a really good player, but I feel like we dominated tonight, all around the contest, all around in the air. So, it's a credit to us. Good stuff.
And last one, just on the Dacos lads, who are both excellent tonight. Braden, the passing of their grandfather recently.
Yeah.
I noticed on the television camera, it looked like they actually had the ashes of their grandfather in their boots tonight, and they went and emptied it at the centre of the ground at the end of the match. Can you take us inside, I guess, the week that's been on that front?
I just got goosebumps. I didn't actually realise I did that, but I've got 2 grandpas that have unfortunately passed away as well, which is quite sad, but I know how they're feeling, and I didn't actually know that, and I've just got some goosebumps you telling me that. So I absolutely love those boys to death, and it's really sad they lost their grandfather. For them to do that, it's absolutely beautiful. I think they were wearing some little flowers or roses from the rose that they got at their grandpa's funeral, and they put that in the boot as well. So I'm absolutely loving them and the way they're going about it. It's awesome.
Sensational night. Braden, always appreciate your time. Go well next week.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me on.
Braden Maynard in the victorious Collingwood rooms next Saturday afternoon. They'll be back here at the G against Port Adelaide.
He's a very, very good footballer. That's stating the obvious. But I love the way he spoke there. He said, no, we're in good nick. We're flying. We're playing good footy, and we dominated tonight. And that's absolutely true. Don't go. He's not getting ahead of himself. It's just a fact. I also loved, in answer to your question, Mick, when he said we wanted to hit day one of pre-season fit, not hit day one of the season fit. That's a big difference. That the mindset of go and have an off-season and just go and let everything go and, do a little bit of training here and there and come back and I'll make it all up over pre-season is not the right attitude. No. Because then you're just playing catch-up. If you want to get really ahead and jump, make big advancements in your fitness or your strength or whatever, you've got to do the work in the off-season, and they clearly did and came back and then had a big pre-season, and it showed out there tonight. They were supreme.
Well, you've got to put wins in the back pocket because you don't want to. It's not a 400-metre race. You don't sprint. If you have to sprint the last 100 to make up ground that you didn't do in the first 3, you're in trouble. So this is. Well, they've a 4-pointer against the reigning premiers is a great start, and clearly just listening to him, he believes they've got the confidence in game style, fitness, attack on the footy, and they're just going to continue on from last year. And they're probably a better side than last. I think they're a better side anyway. I'm assuming they do too.
Brilliant interview. I mean, he's still got the emotion coursing through his veins and whatnot, and you could hear that he was still so pumped up because it's been a long pre-season for them. So for many teams, round one is like a grand final.
Yeah.
But it's just so refreshing to hear him speak so honestly. And he kept saying, I'm not cocky, but we're just seeing a replay, Corbin, on the moment that you touched on of the Dacos brothers after the game. They've gone right to the centre circle and they've taken their boots off. And they've found the ashes that have been in their boots and they're kissing them and then putting them on the ground, on the turf in the middle of the MCG.
Yeah, it's a beautiful moment from both the Dacos lads who had such an impact on the game. Collingwood by 22 points, coming from 22 down to kick the last 8 goals of the game.
The 2 Dacos boys were pretty unbelievable tonight, really. With their ball use and the amount, the football they played. Like, somebody ever going to remind Nick that he's only in his second season and has played... What's he played? How many games now? 26 tonight.
26. So the only player after 25 games who'd had more disposals than him was Toby Green. So Toby Green had 661 in his first 25 and Dacos was only 17 behind him. So
I know these kids reasonably well. When I say that, I've met them a few... I've sort of come through and this sort of stuff. And Peter is such a disciplinarian in many respects. Loves them to death, and when you talk to the lads, they are awestruck with Collingwood players. So it has not gone to their head. They still love what their football club was. Players around that played with Peter, so it's a great sign because their feet are firmly on the ground. And I don't think Peter will let them get off the ground and without playing their role. And there's nothing clever about them. They just play the game within their capacity, which is fantastic for a start off, but nothing showy. Just get on with the job, keep accumulating possessions. What do you have, 35 tonight? Yeah. Which is quite amazing in a big game like this.
Collingwood by 22 points, having trailed by as many late in the third quarter. They kicked the last 8 goals of the game. The vote, Slingy, in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
I still can't handball it to Mick, so I get him again for this season, season 2023. I'm just going to get caught up in the Dacos wave. I'm going to give Josh the 1 vote. I thought his ball use is just unbelievable. 27 disposals, so important for everything that they do. Nick gets 2 votes, 35 disposals, 10 contested possessions, 5 inside 50s. The only man who's going to pip those 2 is Jordan De Goey. 25 touches, 6 inside 50s, 5 clearances, and the 3 goals to go with it. I thought he was the best player on the ground.
It's going to be 37 degrees tomorrow in Melbourne. It's going to be a hot one underneath the roof at Docklands, North Melbourne and West Coast. That is the first game up for broadcast. Following that, Port Adelaide and Brisbane. Will Ashcroft on one side, Jason Horne-Francis on the other, so a couple of the young guns. And then tomorrow night, different directions. We've got Gold Coast up against Sydney. Plenty in it for both teams there. The Swans, obviously, heavy defeat in last year's grand final. And back here at the G, the 2021 grand finalists, Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs. We're up and running in season 2023. We'll catch you next week, Mick, here on Friday night.
Good, you, Corby.
Thanks, Lingy.
Thanks, Corbs. Thanks, Cal. Thanks, Mick.
Thanks to Cal. Thanks to Tim Hodges downstairs. That'll do us. Back tomorrow from 12 noon Eastern on Grandstand AFL.
It's changeover season.